Thank you so much, and welcome to the January 11th, 2023 meeting of the Brevard County Legislative Delegation for the 2023 regular session. Our meeting is now called to order. I'd like to welcome everyone for attendance. Thank you for your time to come out and allow us to hear issues. This is our one main opportunity that we have as a community to come together and hear the issues, and we have a varied agenda. I'd like to say we have our staff has done an amazing job of putting together. Angelique Rinaldi, my legislative assistant, and Ashley Holton in the back there. Every one of your speaking items has a slot, and so any information you give to us or have given to us will be in that area. So what you can't say verbally, please forward as much information as you can to us. I'd like to now have the roll call for our meeting.
Chair Altman.
Here.
Vice Chair Wright. Not here. He's running a little bit late.
Senator Wright, I think, is stuck in a wreck on I-95, so I think he's going to be delayed about 15 minutes.
Senator Mayfield.
Here.
Representative Brackett.
Here.
Representative Fine.
Here.
Representative Soroy.
Here.
Representative Tremont.
Here.
A quorum is present, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Angelique. I would like to call on City of Rockledge Councilman, Dr. Shaun Ferguson, to offer the invocation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Representative Altman, for the invitation, and to thank you, the Brevard Legislative Delegation, for all that you do to make this county what it is. Let us pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, holy and majestic is your name. On this day and in these sacred chambers, we declare, great is the Lord and greatly to be praised. Father, you urge that petitions, prayers, intercession, thanksgiving be made for all people, for kings and all those that are in authority, that we may live peaceful and quiet lives in all godliness and holiness. So today we pray for our Brevard County Legislative Delegation. We give thanks to you for them. I pray that our legislators will continue looking to you for guidance and wisdom to navigate this state during this upcoming session. God, we're reminded of the sacrifice of time that these legislators make by juggling other responsibilities and time spent away from their families to serve this state. I pray that you would provide these men and women with strength, peace, grace to get the job done. And Heavenly Father, we are also grateful for the staff members of our legislators. Thank you for the ways that you have gifted them to support so well. Wrap your arms around these staff members and show them your love and your grace. Lastly, Father, we ask that you would continue to give our legislators the courage so even when their job is hard, they continue to boldly represent Brevard County's needs. And Lord, we declare blessings upon today's proceedings, blessings upon our local cities here in Brevard County. Bless our mayors and our council persons and staff. We declare blessings upon this county, the state of Florida, and may God, you continue bless the United States of America. It's in the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Councilman Ferguson. I'd like to ask Senator Mayfield to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah!
All right, I would like to take this opportunity to offer each each legislator an opportunity to introduce himself, the area they represent, and to introduce any staff they may have here. We'll starting with the left.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, everybody. Happy New Year to you. It's good to see you. I'm Tyler Soroy. I have the privilege of representing Cocoa, Cape Canaveral, Merritt Island, and Port St. John, portions of Titusville in the Florida House. And I'm pleased to be joined by my staff this evening, Kelsey and Sarah, seated over there to my right.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Debbie Mayfield. I've had the privilege of representing Brevard County and Indian River County for probably the last 16 years. I now represent just Indian River County in the new district that was drawn for the Senate seat. Brevard County, the new district that was drawn, District 19 now. It's a pleasure to be here, and I thank all of you guys for coming out. I have two of my staff members here. I have Josh McWilliams is one of my legislative aides, and Ian Nolan. Both of those gentlemen travel with me to Tallahassee. And then I also have Kelly Lane that works in my office. That's the district secretary and also a senior legislative aide. And she's probably one of the persons that you talk to the most when you call my office. And I also have Yvette Campbell, who works with us part-time, that does a lot of the outreach for us. We have an amazing staff, and I think everyone up here will agree that we can't do what we do if we didn't have the staff that works with us to make sure that our constituents are taken care of and we get the information that we need to help you. So thank you for coming out, and thank you, Chairman Altman.
Thank you, Senator Mayfield. Thad Altman, I represent House District 32. Basically, Beachside is Indian Harbor Beach and Indialantic and the unincorporated Brevard areas between. And on the mainland, it's Melbourne, Vieira, Rockledge, Vieira being county unincorporated, but Vieira being Vieira. I have to mention Vieira. And I have with me my very gifted and talented staff. They have put many hours working holidays and nights, putting together the agenda packet. Very fortunate to have Angelique Rinaldi here to my left, and Ashley Holton. They've actually given her a booth. I was looked up, and she's the one in the booth. But thank you for being here. Representative Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Randy Fine. I represent the 33rd District of the Florida House of Representatives. That's the southern part of the county, with a couple of exceptions. I gave the southeast corner versus what I had before, the Grant area and very, very south beaches to Representative Brackett over here. So we got a fifth member of our House delegation because of that. And I picked up, in addition to everything south of 192 except downtown Melbourne, I have more of downtown Melbourne. I picked up the city of Melbourne Beach, and I picked up, or the town of Melbourne Beach, and I picked up all of West Melbourne. It's the only part of the county that I represent that's north of 192. In the legislature, I sit on 4 committees. I chair the Health and Human Services Committee of the Florida House of Representatives, so responsible for setting health care and welfare policy for the state. I also sit on 2 education committees, the Education Committee as well as the Education Quality Subcommittees. It's more education committees than I've ever sat on before. And then finally, I sit on the Appropriations Committee of the Florida House. With me, I have my aides. I'll introduce them simply. I have Nancy, who does our constituent service here locally. So if you need me here, that's who you call. And Anna, who comes with me to Tallahassee. So if you need me up there, that's who you should reach out to. Thanks for being here, everybody. It's a great turnout today, and we're glad to have you all here.
I'm Robert Brackett, District 34. As Representative Fine said, that I represent part of the southernmost of Brevard, east of 95 over to the Ocean Way, Grant, Walkerry area, south of Malabar Road. I also represent Indian River County to the south, and I'm thrilled to be here tonight and be a part of this delegation. Look forward to working with the Brevard County individuals up here, and it's a pleasure. Thank you. With me tonight, I also have my legislative aide, Sonny Agrawal.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chase Tremont. I have the privilege of representing District 30. It's a new district carved out, the southern part of Volusia County, and the very northern part of Brevard. As a former athlete, though, I can tell you that I understand the importance of being a part of a team, and I've been very grateful for the welcome that I've received from my Brevard family here. I'd like to introduce my legislative aide, Duncan DeMarsh, recent James Madison grad, so he's certainly smarter than I am. So he'll be around to field any questions as well. So God bless you. Thank you for having me tonight.
Thank you. We have some quick housekeeping business to take care of. Before we proceed, I'd like a nomination for the next chair for next year's delegation meeting, Senator Mayfield.
Thank you, Chairman Altman. I'd like to I'd like to nominate Senator Tom Wright as the chair of the delegation next year.
Is there a second? Second. Yeah. Second by Tremont. All those in favor signify by saying yay. Yay.
We could come up with a lot of other work for him to do, too.
We
since
could.
he-
He's
you
not
know.
here, so this is our opportunity.
Any other ideas?
Should we make him vice chair, too? Yeah. I'd like to entertain a motion for vice chair. Representative Fine.
I'd like to nominate Representative Soroy for vice chair for the next meeting of our delegation.
Second? Second by Mayfield. Discussion? All those in favor signify by saying yay.
Yay.
Opposed? Nay? Nay, yeah. One nay. Thank you, Soroy. You're now selected, so. All right, great. So that we've nominated and elected the chair and vice chair for the 24 and 25 sessions. I'd like to congratulate those. We'll congratulate Senator Wright when he gets here. So our first speaker, and we're really excited about this, is always, I think, one of the most popular presentations, and everyone really does enjoy listen to, is at NASA, the Kennedy Space Center Center Director. I think she's in the same traffic with the same accident. Oh, you made it. Oh, good. Just got to leave it to NASA. So I'd like to introduce Director Janet Petro. She's the director of NASA's John F. Kennedy Space Center.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you all. Thank you for having me here. I am super excited and very honored to be here and talk to you today. We really had a banner year at the Kennedy Space Center last year. And sort of the icing on the cake was, it was our 60th anniversary. So Kennedy Space Center was established in 1962, and with the intent of the missions to the moon, Apollo, et cetera, and last year we ended it with Artemis, so going back to the moon to do our space exploration. So super excited. I cannot stand here and tell you how proud I am of the workforce that we had out there. I'll talk a little bit about the challenges we had to go through to get there, but it was an amazing year. So I think you all know that NASA explores the unknown in air and space, innovates for the benefit of humanity, inspiring the world for discovery. And I talked about the 6 decades. One of the things you might not know about, again, I'll say I hope it's your favorite space center, the Kennedy Space Center, is that while NASA is the #1 best places to work in the federal government, for 10 years in a row, Kennedy Space Center for 4 years in a row remained the top #1 center amongst the #1 agencies. So again, we're very, very proud of that. It's due to our workforce and the leadership and the programs that we have out there, and super, super exciting. Last year, we supported a record-breaking 57 launches. The previous year was like 31, and on the docket for this year, it's 92. General Purdy and I used to talk a couple years ago, and we kind of seeing the different providers coming online, would say, we're going to be at 100. You guys may remember when General Monteith was like pushed for launch for 48, 48 launches a year. Well, we're there. We were there last year. And so I think we were right. We're going to be at 100 missions or 100 launches, if not next year, the year after that, we may be at multiple 100 launches. And again, very, very proud. I think all of you can go out on any, almost every week or a couple times a week and watch a launch, which is pretty exciting. We continue to leverage our decades of experience and utilize our master plan to enable growth. We're very, very well postured to support the increased demand for safe, reliable, and cost-effective access to space through the increased partnerships that we have. And I'm going to talk about some of our accomplishments. I'll start with space transportation services. We house a commercial crew program at the Kennedy Space Center, And last year, 2022, we had 8 astronauts that we brought up to the International Space Station and returned. And you may remember a couple short years ago, so 2021 was the first year that we sent a crew to the International Space Station for the first time with American crew on American rockets in like a decade since the shuttle landed. So again, very proud of that. 8 back and forth, and we're going to have a whole bunch more coming up. So of course that was with SpaceX, our provider, and so it is on a regular operational cadence going back and forth to them. And we look forward to the first crewed flight test of Boeing's Starliner vehicle later this year. Last year, I think you all witnessed the first operational flight test where they actually went ahead and docked with the space station. So NASA's long-term needs in low Earth orbit, such as the human research, the technology development, and the in-flight crew testing needed, will need to be met by the by the commercial industry to provide destinations. So today we have the International Space Station. You know, it's slated to end in 2030. So what NASA is doing is looking for commercial space stations to be a part of the low Earth orbit in the future. We opened up, to accomplish this, we opened up new opportunities in June 2019, including private astronaut missions. You may have heard about them. And this year we have 2 more private astronaut missions that'll be going to the International Space Station. So we're really opening up the whole low Earth orbit economy to commercial partnerships. One of my favorite programs is the Launch Services Program. I think they are the recognized launch vehicle experts in the world, and they work with private industry, mission, and international partners to launch science payloads from the very, very small stuff to the really, really big, expensive satellites. And that program has been around, consolidated at Kennedy in 1998, so over 20 years today, over 20 years ago. And as I said, they are, I believe, the recognized expert on launch vehicles. They're continuing to push forward. They have a new contract vehicle called VIII. It's the Venture Class Acquisition of Dedicated and Rideshare Contracts, and it provides unique launch opportunities to continue to build the new companies that are coming up with lower cost, maybe more risk-tolerant payloads. They selected 12 companies under this contract, including established ones like SpaceX and their new Starship coming up, but also emerging launch providers such as Relativity Space and ABL. So we're really, really proud of the way that program is pushing forward. And so now let me talk a little bit about Artemis. I hope you all got to see it in one manner or another. It was I will tell you, it was a very, very tough slog for us to get there. We had 4 wet dress rehearsals, 1 tanking demonstration. They threw 2 hurricanes at us. One hurricane caused us to roll the vehicle back into the VAB. Another hurricane we ended up riding out, and then we had the successful launch in November 16th. And I can tell you how proud I was of the workforce, the persistence and the resilience, the nights, weekends, holidays that they worked all year long to make that happen. And indeed, I think in our nation, they really were the bright spot. Very, very proud of that. I also went out to San Diego when Orion splashed down because, again, the launch is just the first part of that mission, that 1.4 million mile journey around the moon and splashing down in the Pacific. And I went out there and greeted the ship as it rolled back in. And then Orion was transported on a truck. It made its way back here at the end of this year, and it's now in our multipurpose processing facility where it will be deserviced. They've opened the hatch. They've taken out some of the avionics equipment that we're going to need for Artemis 2. But again, the whole team, you know, starting with all the preparations for launch through splashdown and arrival, something very, very proud of. We call those missions Artemis 1, 2, 3, but there's like a bigger Artemis program where we're exploring going back to the moon, and that includes a lot of science payloads, international partners participating in it. And so there's a commercial, you'll hear about this, Commercial Lunar Payload Services, CLPS, which allows lunar delivery services of different pieces. And Kennedy provides many, many instruments for some of those small companies who have won contracts to land stuff, these precursor missions to the moon to help us decide what landing site we're going to go back to with humans. So very, very proud of it. So the growth that we have had at Kennedy isn't just advancing science, it creates and strengthens robust economies here at our spaceport as well as nationally. In fiscal year 2021 at Kennedy Space Center, more than 2,700 commercial launch provider workers were employed by one of the 6 big commercial partners, Blue Origin, Boeing, OneWeb, Sierra Nevada, SpaceX, and ULA. In just 4 years' time, and that's the latest data we have is 2021, from 2017 to 21, in the face of the raging pandemic, commercial launch provider employment at the spaceport increased by more than 100%. Every job results in approximately 11.9 jobs in the state, and every dollar spent at Kennedy ultimately results in $1.82 for Florida's economy. So the numbers are very, very compelling for what we do at the spaceport and the investments that are made there. Our success and our growth is a direct result of the very strong partnerships that we have, particularly with the state of Florida, with you all, with the county, the multiple sectors. And as we continue to grow and expand our commercial our customer base and meet the growing demand in space, we appreciate this ongoing support from the state of Florida and the great relationship we have with between Kennedy Space Center and the state. Space exploration has captivated the world since the early days of our nation's space program, and now as we enter into the next era, prepare to pioneer deeper into our universe. And Kennedy really is the epicenter. You know, it is. We like to say, and other centers are really jealous of us, and I truly believe that we are one of the bright spots in our nation where we work together to do great things for mankind. So I want to thank you all, invite you out. As I said, we have launches all the time, so anytime you can get out there and you'd like to see a launch, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. And I look forward to going up and seeing many of you in Tallahassee in a couple of weeks, I think. So anyways, thank you. Any questions for me?
No questions. Thank you for what a wonderful presentation. You know, Janet, a graduate of West Point, was deputy director for many years under Bob Cabana, and the first woman director at Kennedy Space Center. She is a rock star. We're blessed to have her.
Thank you.
Got to see the flags now. We got the flags. Yeah. Janet also is from Satellite Beach, Florida, too. She's a native of Satellite Beach. So we're blessed. Thank you for your time, Director Petro, and I appreciate all the good things you do. Next, we're staying on a space theme here. Frank DeBello from Space Florida. Actually, Adele Ketchum will be presenting for Frank. So, Adele, good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the delegation. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Representative Tremont and Brackett, I know we've met with you already in one sense or another, and we'll continue to do so, but for the rest of you, you should be intimately familiar with Space Florida, what we do and who we are, so I won't belabor that issue. I'll just bring up that our legislative budget request looks a lot like everyone we've submitted for almost the last 10 years. However, that being said, we're very busy. Our workload has increased. We have more projects in the hopper now than 3 times as many as we did immediately before COVID. So we are extremely busy. We're very happy about that. I think it's great that we're increasing the number of launches. As Director Petro mentioned yesterday, General Purdy pointed out the manifest for this year is 92 launches. That means we're going to hit that 100 level real fast, even faster than I think we thought. But in addition, what that reflects is, and a metric that we're pointing to is cargo, tons to orbit. We are really, really growing. We had 1.3 million pounds to orbit last year. The vast majority of that was commercial activity. That's what's going to continue to drive the equation. And as General Purdy pointed out, we need to increasingly focus on performing like an airport and a seaport, because that's how we're going to achieve the goals we need to, both for the good of the industry, but also to effectively compete with our friends on the other side of the Pacific, who are a formidable competition. Playing onto that seaport analogy, I'll just touch on a couple of quick things we're doing. One thing we're doing is a wharf study at the request of Space Force, which is enabling Space Florida to look at all of the wharf space at Port Canaveral to make sure we're using optimal capabilities, working closely with the port because they certainly want to achieve the same goal. But beyond the port as well, looking at the west coast, west side of the Space Force base at Canaveral, Kennedy Space Centers, and the Titusville area, Barge Canal, everywhere to make sure we are getting as much as we possibly can to support commercial space with the existing wharf space we have, because that's a tough issue, a very tough issue. On workforce issues, which is obviously another motherhood issue for all of us, working closely with, obviously we're very happy that Governor DeSantis identified $30 million to grow the workforce here on the Space Coast region. That's a key thing that was noted by the National Space Council. So Space Florida is trying to make sure that we leverage what we're doing in Tallahassee and get the very most out of what Washington's putting forward. The last thing I'll mention is working, because of our growth and what we're doing, we're working closely, and Space Florida was happy to host a meeting with the Chief Resilience Officer, DEP, Water Management District, and others. Senator Mayfield, I owe you a report on that, to try to make sure that we're putting in place a wastewater treatment facility that will not just not impact the river, but be a part of improving the quality of the Indian River, because that's a key part of our goal and our responsibility. And I thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes. Representative Wright.
So Dale, are we still being concerned about the size of the area that we have to shut down during liftoffs? We've talked about that sometimes, about trying to shrink that protected
Absolutely.
area.
I did a Teams call today with the FAA. We're meeting again with the Coast Guard on trying to figure out new ways to solve this problem, because we are a growing industry, and it's great, but we are growing into airspace and sea space where existing industry already exists and are making money. And it's a challenge for government to figure out how to best manage that new growth.
It's so large.
It's a good problem to have, but it's a
area.
big problem.
Yeah. Well, we're here to help you.
Great.
Yep.
And we will no doubt be in touch on that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Senator Mayfield.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Ketchum, one, I want to thank you because I did spend quite a bit of time with Mr. Miller, Representative Miller, as we know him. He
Yes,
served
Mike.
with us, Mike. And the challenge, when we have growth, there's always a challenge. And growth is good, and you guys are doing a great job out there, and we want growth at the space. But there also come challenges, and part of the challenge is the environment, making sure that we're not having an impact on the environment. Indian River Lagoon has been indicated that it's an impaired waterway, and so one of the things and I'm glad to know that you guys are engaged in this. Linda Weatherman and I had a meeting probably back in the summer, and all the stakeholders was at this meeting, and we really want to work on moving that wastewater treatment facility off of the island onto the mainland. So I look forward to working with you as well as all the other stakeholders to figure out how that can happen. Obviously, funding is always an issue, and that's another plan that we're trying to come up with on how can we make that happen. But thank you for your willingness to work with us on this challenge that we have.
Well, it's almost like we've got a once-in-a-generation opportunity. There's money in Washington to do just this kind of thing. And so we're happy to do what we can to help solve. Because if we don't have a clean river, we can't recruit and retain the talent we need to explore the cosmos.
And we have a governor now that
Yes,
is very
absolutely.
engaged in the environment as well as growth in Florida and the economy.
The stars are aligned.
Exactly. And they may not ever be aligned like this again.
Yes.
So we want to make sure that we take advantage of it at this time. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. And
Take this up, Senator Wright.
Right. No, thank you for your willingness to serve. I know you'll be a great chair. I'd like to give you an opportunity, and you didn't miss too much. I know you got caught in that accident, to introduce your staff and
Okay.
your district and what area you represent.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you very much. So District 14 is now District 8. I get a kick out of that. If we don't have you confused enough, we change the number on the district. My area covers almost all of Volusia County now, where it didn't before, but that means that I moved a little farther north in Brevard County, so I'm not quite as far south as I was. The port's not in my area, but we're still going to give it lots of love, Captain. Make sure you know that. Yep. And so my staff is here. Diane is here somewhere. Diane Sudis. She's there. She's my chief. And then we also have Charlene. Where's Charlene at? Oh, right over there. Okay. And then Chris Morris is here. Christopher Morris. So when you hear me talking in public and giving you hopefully an informative speech, he writes all my speeches. So I keep sure that he's happy and doesn't slip a word or two in there that I might accidentally say and shouldn't have spoken those words. So make sure that's good. And then in Tallahassee, we have Amanda Wheeler, who's doing all of our budget requests for us, and she lives in the Tallahassee area. So that makes up our staff of 4. And I, like everyone I think in this room, is excited about what we're going to get done in this next couple of years. We've got a great team in Tallahassee, and you're looking at a lot of good players right here on this dais tonight. So I hope that we can help you all today and move forward with a great end of the session come, May 5th? May 5th. Somebody asked me driving down here, so when are you going to be home for a while? I said there's 1 week between now and May 5th, so it's going to be a busy week back home. Thank you all. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Wright. Also, our next, the Honorable John Tabaya. It's actually John Tabayadopoulos, representing the Brevard County Board of Commissioners. First, before we start his clock, I want to thank the County Commission for sharing the chambers. What a wonderful job you do here. The staff, the TV folks, it is really, really well done, and you're looking really sharp.
Thank you. I'm awfully glad to be here today. I can't believe that I, Theodopoulos I, made it all the way from Rome, where I am emperor. Today happens to be my 2,370th birthday. I'm not afraid to ask and tell each of you of the great work that you have done on behalf of Brevard County. Gladiator Altman took the lead on removing counties from the process of calling for district millage elections. You went above and beyond, and I look forward to seeing potentially this positive change brought forth because of your efforts. Centurion Mayfield and Soroy increased public safety by securing $1 million in funding for Brevard County Emergency Operations Center and $750,000 in funding for ocean research and monitoring systems for the Indian River Lagoon. Emperors Wright and Fine secured $950,000 for the Brevard Zoo Aquarium and supported education and research by obtaining $2 million in funding for FIT for biomedical aerospace manufacturing. Reps Brackett and Tremont, welcome to Brevard Delegation. Together, I tried, we can help Brevard citizens. I appreciate your support for the Brevard Delegation during the 2023 session. Now, I don't know what you plan to get me for my birthday, but I wanted to give you a few suggestions and get a penny for your thoughts. Brevard County has 16 projects that we are requesting funding for assistance, and we can only do it so much ourselves. So I'd like to highlight just a few. The Brevard Zoo Aquarium will be Prosecco to none once it's built. Words can't express how important infrastructure is. This county has identified several critical infrastructure priorities, which include 2 new advanced wastewater treatment facilities to service North and South Brevard, several road widening projects, including the widening of Ellis Road. The beaches will always have a piece of my heart. Some of Brevard's priorities for our beaches and waterways include state cost share for water projects will reduce pollution and sources of the Indian River Lagoon, and a cost share for funding for our beaches. Thank you for your time and not throwing me to the lions. If you have any questions, I will be roaming around after the meeting. I appreciate all you guys do.
Well, we appreciate you. And do we have any questions? No. We certainly appreciate you, Commissioner, and thank you for those great list of projects. We have got a great working relationship with our local government in helping solve local project needs. And again, we hope there'll be a very healthy appropriation toward our water projects. That's something the governor and the legislature has prioritized, clean water for our state. Okay. Next is Brevard County School Board, Chairman Matt Susan.
Thank you, representatives and senators. We really appreciate the opportunity to be before you today. I especially have been a part of this school district for 17 years and know the dedication and commitment that many of you have had even before some of you guys have been sitting in the seats that you have before you. I'd like to take a second and introduce our interim superintendent, Dr. Robert Schiller. Mr. Schiller, if you could stand up and be recognized. Mr. Schiller. Mr. Schiller has a very extensive resume that he has restructured Baltimore schools, Los Angeles schools, the entire state of Michigan schools, Delaware schools, everything to bring the best that we can bring for Brevard County. And he is in on an interim basis. We just went through our interim or our superintendent search. We're going to go out at the end of February. We should have somebody selected by May. And we're hoping to give them a couple of months because many of the school districts across the country, besides Florida, if we were to choose somebody from outside the state, is going to be finishing up around in June to June 30. So those were some of the parameters. I did just want to say this is a unique position because I was the chairperson for all school boards across the state of Florida last year. And I traveled to every one of the school boards that I could, and I watched some of the challenges that they have across the state. But you and us have the strongest challenge in that we will be creating the pipeline of talent and workers that will literally be launching to space. And it's up to the school district, and the successes of our school district will be the direct successes of what our community does in attracting not only companies, but more launches. Because we are in competitiveness with other school or other areas that are launching currently, and unless we keep up the competitive edge, companies will go to other places. So I wanted to say we are ready as a school district to work with you and with the school districts as far as creating that pipeline of talent. I wanted to say we are thankful for last year's firefighter program. It has changed the lives of students down in Palm Bay. We have the first firefighter program, and we're looking into expanding it into 2 more areas. You can't have only in one place, but we're going to go into those around Rockledge and then head up to Titusville also. I want to say thank you to every one of your commitments that gave us the individual or the single new teacher raises of $47,500. That is a massive commitment. As a former teacher of Brevard Public Schools, I really appreciate what you guys did to change the lives of many of our teachers and allowed us to be able to retain and recruit to where our numbers are not as bad as some of the other ones across the state. I wanted to also say thank you for all of your work to our aviation program, which is now producing things that are actually traveling up to the space station. I would also like to say thank you for the welding program at Astronaut, where 170 kids signed up within 24 hours of the first day. Just so that everybody in here knows, this legislative body expanded and made ROTC a career pathway for the first time in the United States. That means, yep. Many of them don't understand that means that now students won't have to give up their opportunity to go take extra math, extra reading, and they can actually have that as a career pathway, which we know in this area is a one of our career pathways for the state, for the county of Brevard. I wanted to say thank you for everything that you guys do. Now we have a couple of asks right now. One of them is Representative Soroy, thank you for producing or offering to cover our aquaculture program. that we have at Cocoa Beach. Many people don't understand, but this is a program that's going to be tied in, if we get the funding, so that the zoo, along with the Indian River Lagoon Society and many other organizations, are going to work with our students about cleaning up the Indian River, along with doing a lot of other innovative things. The other thing that we're asking for, and we really appreciate the opportunity to go, is that we are having a carpentry program, thank you, Senator Wright, at Vieira High School. We have a need in the area for carpenters, and this is going to be an amazing opportunity if we're given that. The other thing is that we appreciate counselors, media specialists, and others to be classroom teachers. Every time we go out and we try to get to pay them the money that is deserved to them for the bonuses and everything else, we run into a situation where we can't give them those because of that. We also would like that pre-K teachers are also included in being actual classroom teachers. We wanted to tell you guys about an adult ed program that we're doing that is the first one in the state of Florida. We're actually going to create a CDL teaching course that teaches students and adults to become bus drivers, truck drivers, and everything else. We're going to be working on that this year with the DOE, and we're very close to getting our certification for that. Now, I did want to tell you guys, besides those asks, I wanted to say I'm very proud of the school board that we have currently. We've made some significant strides in the last week. Dr. Schiller and I, along with them, came together on Monday, and we made some significant commitments to you and to our community. One of those commitments is that we felt like we had a disenfranchisement from our headquarters to our schools. So we are now going to look into having every person that works at the headquarters substitute inside of our schools at least one time a year. That will connect our students with them. Yes, thank you. Thank you. We will also be one of the first, if not the first budget to be published online by We are going to publish our budget online for expenditures above $500, so anything that is spent in Brevard schools, our school district, our community will know exactly what we're spending our money on, and you'll be able to look into that. The other thing is that we are going to allow homeschool students to take 1, 2, possibly 2 classes. There's no reason why we can't have a homeschool student take an ROTC class, play on many of the sports, and we're going to do an image and attraction campaign to do that. We also are going to do, We also are going to do a parental and volunteer expansion program. We've met with Health First, and we've also met with the zoo, and they're going to give us what they've put together for it. I know I'm getting hooked here. Yeah. I'm talking a lot. But here's what it is. The main thing is that our career and technical pipeline is almost complete. We've created programs. We've gotten the teachers in line. And now, after $26 million worth of career and technical funding over the last 6 years, we are now ready to connect the entire one. So we look for a lot of fireworks to come out, as we just got nominated as the #1 career and technical school district in the state of Florida. That just came out, and I'm very proud to announce that. The other thing is that we, if you guys all noticed, I gave you guys some shirts. These are from your local schools, and we appreciate it. Mr. Brackett, we were trying to find a high school that was close to yours because we don't have any, but everybody that's there, this is a high school that is in your zone. We wanted to tell you we are part of you. And one of the things we want you to do is feel welcome to come in. We've brought our communications director who would be willing to work with each one of you if you were wanting to come in to set up a communications plan. And we love the opportunity to collaborate.
We better wrap up here soon.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Everybody, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I talked too much already.
Yeah.
I get that from my board members.
Yeah.
But here's what it is. We appreciate every one of you guys.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
Thank
it. And I'm a front row Galley High student, so I'm a big.
Can I, real quick?
Could you guys do me a favor and hold them up for me so that we can take a picture real quick? Is that okay? Is that okay? Can we do that?
Representative Fine?
Real quick, before we do that, I just want, you talked about fireworks. A year ago, actually, in this meeting, we had a lot of fireworks. And I just wanted to share with you how pleased I am, as someone who's been very unhappy in the past with how Brevard Government Schools has operated. I met the superintendent today, and I want you to know that I'm committed to do everything I can to help your new majority be very, very successful.
Representative, we could not be happier about that. Thank you very much. If we could, if anybody else, if we could just take a picture of you guys holding them up real quick, if that's okay. You want to get a picture real quick? Thank you.
I love it. You guys are so patient.
That's early.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe we're doing this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. We certainly appreciate our school board and the job they do. What a tough job. It's so critical. Next speaker is Captain John Murray from Canaveral Port Authority. Get your mind now. We expect you to dress like novelists.
Okay. Well, good evening.
Yeah.
On behalf of the Canaveral Port Authority, I want to thank you for all of the hard work and your continued support of Port Canaveral and our mission. I appreciate having this opportunity to share our priorities for the upcoming 2023 legislative session. For decades, Port Canaveral has been an important economic driver for this region, delivering billions of dollars in economic prosperity to the Space Coast, Central Florida, and the state of Florida overall. I'm happy to say that fiscal year 22 was a good year for us. We have more cruise and cargo ships, higher passenger numbers, and the highest cargo tonnage volume in the history of the port. Port Canaveral also plays an important role in the growing commercial space enterprise. We have close relationships with companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin and are proud to support their launch and recovery operations. While our port's growth is good news for this community and our state, it comes with a host of challenges. Looking to the future, we know that investing in our infrastructure continues to be critically important for us to remain competitive in a global economy. We must improve our berth capacities and capabilities to accommodate multiple users with more and larger ships. But capital improvements such as berths and terminal facilities are expensive and take time. It is important for the state of Florida to continue to invest in seaports and the roadways and bridges that connect our port with consumers. We urge you to support robust funding for FDOT's work plan, especially funding for seaport infrastructure. Also, widening of State Road 528 and replacing the State Road 401 bridges are critical links to this region's economic vitality. We ask that you support the most cost-effective and efficient replacement of the State 401 bridge and the timely completion of the 528 expansion project. As the House and Senate consider best ways to invest in Florida's economic future, we urge your support for appropriating once-in-a-generation surplus funds available to the legislature to address seaport infrastructure needs. It's also important that Port Canaveral and other Florida seaports are recognized as critical infrastructure in Florida statute to ensure public safety and security in day-to-day operations as well as during emergencies. We urge the delegation to support robust funding for the port security grants. And finally, we encourage you to support legislative and administrative efforts to provide Florida seaports with funding access to help us improve our resiliency to natural disasters, sea level rise, and other vulnerabilities that threaten our operations and assets. We look forward to continuing to work with the delegation, and thank you again for this opportunity to speak to you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Captain Murray. Any questions that we have? Yes. Representative Wright? Senator Wright?
That's all right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to take one more opportunity to let everyone here in the room know what a great job you and your staff did during COVID, especially when we lost all the cruise ship business, and you all went out and found commercial freight business to keep that place alive and moving. It's a state asset. It costs us $5 million a month, whether we turn one wheel or turn nothing, and you guys made it possible to keep the doors open. And I just compliment you again on doing a great job. Thank you, sir.
Senator.
Thank you.
It's been it was a tough 18 months, but I'll tell you, we're back better than we were before. So we're very, very pleased with the turnaround. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brenda Fetro, City of Rockledge. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. It's great to see you all, and Happy New Year. Mr. Chairman, members of the delegation, I bring greetings from the Mayor and the City Council, of whom Dr. Ferguson, our Councilman, is here this evening, from the City of Rockledge. It's an honor and a privilege to be before you tonight. And as always, we thank you for the opportunity to be heard and to serve as an advocate for our great city. We very much appreciate your work. Cities have a rich history and character. In fact, people move to a city for its particular diversity and character. Those are the characteristics that do attract the residents. So as you go to Tallahassee to do your work, please consider this rich diversity and character of cities and do not apply statewide public policy that could perhaps have unintended consequences to cities. So please respectfully let us do what we do best, which is govern locally and protect home rule. Thank you so much for your service. We greatly appreciate it, and I look forward to seeing you all in Tallahassee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fetro. The next speaker from the City of Palm Bay, Suzanne Sherman.
Good afternoon. I'm Suzanne Sherman, City Manager for the great City of Palm Bay. With me are two members of our City Council, who you know, I know, but Mayor Rob Medina. Want to say hi real quick?
Really proud of all the work you're doing. Our ask is pretty simple. As we continue to grow, we need to train our law enforcement officials because it's about protecting the life, protecting our citizenry. So I'll just end there. I'll let Suzanne take lead.
And Councilman Peter Filiberto.
Thank you all for your hard work.
Thank you.
And just briefly want to, of course, thank you all for being here this evening. Thank you for your time, for spending it with us. We really appreciate it. I want to thank you on behalf of the City of Palm Bay for the things that you've done that have helped us accomplish great things for our environment in the past 3 years. You funded our Turkey Creek feasibility study. You've given us not just 2 baffle boxes, but another 5, which was 7 total baffle boxes, 2 of which are currently under construction, the others that are actually in bid process. So we thank you for all of that. And I want to briefly tell you about 4 new priority projects we're asking for your consideration of. The first is support for the design and engineering to 4-lane widen the St. John's Heritage Parkway north of Malabar to the city limits. That particular roadway is a hurricane evacuation route. It is a key transportation access area for us. We have checked with our neighbors to the north. There are no plans to expand to widen the 2 lanes of St. John's to 4 lanes north of us. However, the importance of this particular roadway for us is that it gives a huge amount of our population access to additional routes of ingress and egress, because they access from Malabar, Pace, and Emerson, those 3 roads, which all get our people in and out of I-95, Palm Bay Road, Minton. So it's a very significant access point for us. What we're asking for is a total request of $2.3 million in appropriations dollars. The city will match $1 million. This is just for the design and engineering. And we will apply for additional grants and use additional funding for the construction. It's expected to be about $30 million. Our second priority is funding assistance for taking the remaining 1,364 people in our community who have sewer available but have not yet connected, so we can move forward with our priority to develop a 3-year phased plan to convert people on septic tanks onto the city sewer. We're very excited about this. In a 3-year funding request program, we believe we could get $5 million in appropriations from the state. The city would contribute $3.1 million. Homeowners would contribute about $2 million. And if we did that for a series of 3 years, we could essentially connect all of those who have sewer available but have not connected. So we're excited about that potential project. The last 2 are related to public safety, as the mayor mentioned. Priority number 3, we have an existing 40-acre gun range in the city. It is used heavily for public safety training, police, fire, and emergency EMS personnel. We've been developing it over the years. In fact, the state previously supported us with an appropriations request some years ago. What we'd like to do is build a multi-purpose training facility. To tell you how regionally important this is, we've hosted law enforcement personnel and others from over 30 different states. Many of the local law enforcement personnel here in Brevard County come to this facility. We have hosted multiple federal agencies and state agencies, including FDLE, FHP, Department of Homeland Security, U.S. Fish and Wildlife. Thousands of people come through this facility every year. So we're asking for your support. This project would build, with your support, $1.25 million of state appropriation, would build the training facility. The city would match with $565,000 in additional improvements. Our last request is for support for the acquisition of P25 compliant radios for Palm Bay Fire Rescue. As you may be aware, throughout the county and beyond, we have to make all of our infrastructure P25 compliant for radios, for towers, so that all of our law enforcement fire personnel can communicate. The request is for $479,000 to assist us to purchase the following for our fire department, which would be 35 radio replacements for firefighters, 35 lapel mics for those radios, and 17 command staff radios. The city match would be about the same, so it's about a 50-50 match, $436,000 from the city. That in brief are the 4 priority projects for the city of Palm Bay. Happy to answer any questions you may have, but very much appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good.
And I don't think we have any questions. You have one from Senator Wright?
Yes, please. So going back to the septic to sewer
Yes, sir.
funding, are you going to be able to control that everyone goes on
Yes,
sewer so
that
we
is the
don't
goal.
leapfrog?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
The challenge for us has been having a funding strategy to get that accomplished. So we
Yeah.
believe this 3-pronged funding strategy over 3 years could get us to that place.
Thank you.
I have one question too.
Mr. Chairman?
As I'm sure you're aware, Brevard County has received quite a bit of funding for their septic to sewer programs. Are you guys receiving any portion of that? Because it was a countywide funding, and I know the cities have the ability to tap into that.
Yes, you're talking about the SORL funding. We have absolutely used it. Unfortunately, most of these properties, the SORL funding has specific criteria for those who are near certain water bodies, near the lagoon, near Turkey Creek. The vast majority of these properties are not in that area. Any that are eligible, though, we will work with the county to make sure they apply for those funds as well, but very few are actually in that location.
Representative Fine?
Yeah, just to provide some clarification to Senator Wright's comment, it's actually state law today that anyone who has the ability to connect to a sewer line must. Under state law, cities are required to require it. So any city that isn't following the law. So this will help them become in compliance with the law, which they can use in order to get folks to connect. But it is the law right now that if you have a sewer line in front of your house, you have 12 months to connect to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
it. Thank you.
Our next city, that's good. They deserve every bit of applause they can get.
Yeah.
City of Satellite Beach, Courtney Barker, the city manager, is here.
Good evening. It's great to see you all again. I appreciate your time for coming out and allowing us to address you tonight. I welcome our new members. It would be great to meet you as time moves on. We do have several priorities that we will be emailing to you, but I'm going to highlight 3 of them tonight, given the time constraints. The first is short-term rentals. We are hoping that any future legislation continues to allow local governments to regulate short-term rentals and to at least protect the grandfathering status of cities like Satellite Beach that have a grandfathering status of not allowing them in our community. I think given it's apparent that the legislature is going to be looking into affordable housing this session, and I think it's a good time for the legislature to look back and see the impact that short-term rentals have had on our affordable housing supply, not even just affordable housing supply, but housing supply in general, and exacerbating the rising costs by record number of investors taking up current housing supply, away from families and other people who are looking to move to Florida for the long term. The other item that I wanted to talk about was PFAS legislation. PFAS are perfluorinated chemicals. You addressed those last session with the bill that required target levels, and we really appreciate your support on that. We are hoping that the legislature will look into some more funding for local governments and research our universities to continue researching the impacts of this on our communities. As you know, Satellite Beach went through a lot with this chemical. We still go through a lot with it, and the impacts and the concerns in our community. So any assistance in that would be greatly appreciated. And then lastly, we really, I think with this last Hurricane Nicole, really showed the vulnerability of our beaches. So that has become a new priority for our city council this session. And that is basically focusing on restoration, maybe looking at our coastal construction control line, which has not really been moved in a very long time. Maybe that it needs to be relooked at and addressed in light of climate change and sea level rise and issues like that. with increased storm activity. So I think it's, cities like ours can increase setbacks from the coastal construction control line, but it's very difficult to do in light of takings and Burt Harris, and it's a lot better on a state level because it is a state issue. So we appreciate your time, and I'm sorry I've totally neglected to introduce my council members, but I have Mayor Osmer with me this evening and Councilwoman Mindy Gibson with me this evening. So I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Courtney. Mayor Paul Alfrey, City of Melbourne. And the next will be Ben Malik from Cocoa Beach. Maybe get y'all slide down here and save a little bit of walk time. It's going to be a long night.
Yeah, I saw my vice mayor wandering in the parking lot, so I invited him in. So
yeah,
Vice Mayor Mark LaRusso as well.
Thank you.
Did you just make bail from the sheriff's department? Yeah.
Barely. I hacked your bank account.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So good evening, Chairman Altman and members of the Brevard delegation. On behalf of the City of Melbourne, I would like to thank you for all that you do for our community, and especially the support over the past few years on the Indian River Lagoon projects in Melbourne. This Brevard delegation right here, because of you, we've received record funding for the lagoon. Maybe many people don't know that, but you all have been champions on the lagoon. Some of our projects included the septic to sewer conversion program, the Old Galley Dam replacement project, and a Harbor City treatment train project, again, which directly benefits the health of the Indian River Lagoon. And continuing to prioritize the health of the Indian River Lagoon, we're requesting funding for two more baffle boxes. The City of Melbourne has a couple dozen baffle boxes, but we have an area around Sarno. It's about a 200-acre basin that was developed during the old codes that we'd like to put baffle box to. A summary of the project is in your packet and our adopted legislative priorities. Once again, the City of Melbourne extends its appreciation for each one of you for the lagoon. And our biggest requesting is lagoon funding. As I walked in today, I seen a standing banner that says, "Let's be clear, a clean lagoon starts with you," and that's right by the front door. In closing real quick, I just want to tell a quick story. Cleaning up my property, I try to clean up around the roadway in Aurora. A couple years ago, I looked down and I saw an old check. And this old check was it was amazing because it looked almost in mint condition, but it was written, I think, in the 50s. So I had like a 70-year-old check laying in the roadway. So I picked it up and I thought, well, we probably can't cash it. The bank's, I don't think, around, but it had a name that's been around a long time, a name that's been a staple of this community, and it said Altman on it. So if you were to ask Chairman Altman, I believe that's now in your office, hanging up on the wall. Am I correct?
It's on my bookshelf in a case, and thank you for finding it. We're all both old O'Galleyites, and that check means a lot to me. My father was passed, but signed it in the 50s, yes.
Yes, and the reason I say that is a check back to the City of Melbourne would mean a lot to us for for the Indian River Lagoon. So I just wanted to make that clear, okay? Thank you, everybody. I know you got a long night, and we'll keep it short. Have a great evening, everyone.
Thank you, Chair.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Chairman Altman, members of the delegation, that's a tough act to follow. Well done, Mayor Alfrey. Just representing Cocoa Beach and the residents, we also would like to thank you for your support.
Mayor Ben Malik, I want to make sure we get your name.
Yes, sir.
There. Right. Okay.
Thank you for supporting our funding for the waterways cleanup. Certainly one of the most important priorities for our residents, not only from an environmental impact, but also from an economic impact. Nobody's buying houses with dead fish in their canal. It's just that simple. Just a couple of our top priorities as we laid out. Certainly, nobody knows our residents better than our residents. So we really encourage and hope you will support us in home rule. Short-term rentals has become, frankly, a nightmare for a lot of us in our town. As of today, there's over 1,117 short-term rentals in our town. We have a very libertarian bent among our residents, so all of our single-family neighborhoods are non-HOA, me included. It has gotten to the point where, talk about affordability, it's artificially inflated the values of the homes. There are 12 rentals today of single-family homes in Cocoa Beach. Cheapest one is $3,900. That's hardly affordable. My house is now for sale because I live next to an Airbnb. I've got one behind me and one next to me. It's gotten to that point. And a lot of our other residents feel the same way. There's a place for them. It just doesn't belong, frankly, in neighborhoods. It belongs in mixed areas of commercial. As far as the other, lastly, we appreciate your efforts on the insurance crisis. And talking to some industry experts, we're in for a world of hurt this year for insurance. So not only are we going to see premiums go up, you're going to see the replacement value coverages go up because of the increased cost of building materials. So it's going to be a double whammy. After nearly 8 years of paying my premiums, I just got my cancellation notice today, having not filed a claim in all that time. So not a fun time for all of our residents, and every property owner is going to feel this. So we thank you for trying to tackle this. It's a complicated issue, but we appreciate any efforts on that. And the last is having the pleasure of riding out several storms in the fire station, which after the first 2 times it loses its novelty. We thank you for the beach renourishment efforts. We actually, it was a couple of surfers out of Cocoa Beach. Jack Kirschenbaum sued the federal government to get beach restoration. You just have to look down the street from us, our poor neighbors in Satellite Beach and to the north in Volusia, where there wasn't any sand restored. Those beaches were hammered. So compound that with the property losses. Again, the dollar signs are ringing. You're looking at catastrophic losses. So please continue to preserve our shoreline, and that's our first line of defense. So thank you very much for all you do. We appreciate your hard work and efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mindy Gibson, Councilwoman, Space Coast League of Cities. Mindy?
Councilwoman for Satellite Beach, but I'm representing both the Space Coast League of Cities and the Florida League of Cities, so I will go quick.
And
sorry.
a Satellite Beach City Council.
And a Satellite Beach, yeah, sorry. Glasses are a new thing for me, so, yeah. All right, I'm going to read fast. So I'm not going to go over the same things that everyone else has gone. So first I'm going to go over the Space Coast League of Cities priorities. So priority number 1 for us is low impact development. We're asking that the legislature help support local governments initiate low impact development into their comprehensive plans, allowing them to deal with the issues with building and water quality issues and that type of stuff. Low impact development is basically an alternative way of developing land and managing stormwater, and it's aimed at minimizing the impacts of urbanization and natural habitats. We also support the change of the coastal control lines and the coastal control measures. We have a condo that's built in Satellite Beach that was built to the coastal construction line, and there's no sand in between that and the ocean right now. So those lines are not accurate anymore, and they really need to be addressed and changed. And it is very difficult. We have moved ours back recently, and it was very hard to do because you're going to basically condemn, people's homes because they're built too close. We support the hardening of utilities. We've noticed this all. I don't know about you guys, but I had no cell service for about 6 days after both hurricanes. And so we asked that the legislature addresses both the need for, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Oh my gosh. We support legislation requiring investor-owned utilities, including but not limited to electrical service, telecommunications, internet service providers to inspect, modernize, and storm harden their delivery systems. It's a safety issue. I mean, if you don't, nobody has telephones anymore that are hard lined in, and when you have no electricity, the cell towers go down, you have no way to to call for help. You have no way to communicate, and so it's very important that we focus on that. Obviously, the Indian River Lagoon is a priority. You guys know that. I don't need to explain why. PFAS legislation, again, as Courtney said from Satellite Beach, it's big for our city, and it's big for the nation, and it's something we need to really continue to focus on and spend some money on some research and looking at different ways of disposal. It's a big hurdle that we have to come over. I mean, there's some patents being filed, but we're not there yet. Space program, obviously, we won't survive without it, so I don't need to reiterate that. Okay, that was the Space Coast League of Cities priorities. Now it's the Florida League of Cities. Their top priorities, number one is enterprise transfer funds. And so the Florida League of Cities, and that is obviously separate from ours, they support the preservation of municipal authority to manage, I know, Rep. Fine, sorry, to manage municipal revenue sources and realize a reasonable rate of return on their property, assets, investments, and services. The league supports legislation that defines and clarifies mobility plans in order to provide a clear and concise regulatory framework for the Florida cities to acquire, construct, and implement both traditional and alternative modes of transportation. So you guys know we're all going to be meeting with you guys and talking about these. So short-term rentals, we don't need to explain those. Accessible housing, we know that's a top priority, so I won't take much more time on that. And then water resources planning and comprehensive watershed management. And you guys should have gotten all these so you can read them. There's other ones listed, but those are our big ones. Guys have any questions?
Thank you so much, Mindy.
Y'all have
Any
a good
questions? I don't see any. Appreciate what you do, and we do appreciate the League of Cities. I will move to our business organization, Carol Jewell, Florida Guardian Ad Litem Program.
Hi, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
I appreciate it. I'll be brief. My name's Carol Jewell, and I'm the Circuit Director for the Guardian Ad Litem Office. The Guardian Ad Litem Office represents the legal interests of abused and neglected children in the courtroom, as well as advocating for their educational, physical, and emotional needs in the community. Every child assigned to the Guardian Ad Litem Office is given a Guardian Ad Litem attorney, a child welfare professional, and a volunteer. Right now, we have over 300 volunteers who donate their time. That's from Miko to Mountains. And we consistently recruit and train citizens from our community to advocate for these children. One youth described his Guardian Ad Litem volunteer to his classmates as, "It's like a friend, but it's just for me." And Florida's multidisciplinary team model is recognized as a national best practice for representing children. In our legal representation, we protect and advance the legal rights of children whose age and other limitations may prevent them from making their own decisions. And we consider all aspects, physical, emotional, best place for them to live, and of course, their educational. And we provide zealous, independent advocacy, and we're the only ones that provides undivided loyalty to the children. And some of our, the data released by Florida Trends in February 2020 shows Florida has best practice, that we have the lowest length of children in foster care, that we have the highest percentage of children adopted from foster care by relatives, and the lowest average length of stay for children waiting to be adopted. We work very closely with some community partners, Ready for Life Brevard, Ways for Life, Family Allies, teachers, Children's Advocacy Center, and many business leaders that support our nonprofit. So we thank them for their collaboration, and we look forward to continued achievements for our youth. And finally, we want to thank you, and our office deeply appreciate the longstanding partnership we have with the legislator, and we sincerely thank you for your support. So thank you very much, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you, dear.
Any questions? Thank you. Wonderful program for our children, and it's a model for private-public partnerships. Lori Benjamin, Brevard Public Schools Adult and Community Education.
How are you? Good.
Good evening, senators, representatives, and the delegation team. First, I want to say thank you on behalf of our team at Brevard Adult and Community Education for all the support you've given us in the past. Mr. Susan was just up here and gave you a brief of our vision, but I'd like to give you some more specifics. As you know, there's a significant need for CDL drivers in the state, and particularly here in Brevard County. There's a tremendous need for our manufacturers to be able to distribute their products in a timely and effective manner. And there's a tremendous need here in Brevard County and in all of Central Florida. In community conversations in the past 3 years in my role as director, the topic of CDL training continues to be a common theme. We currently, at Brevard Adult and Community Education, are the location of a new logistics program that will offer CLA training, which is Certified Logistics Associate, which will be starting in the spring in our manufacturing lab. And obviously the manufacturing lab is, something that you helped us with. That was an appropriation in 2018, so we're very thankful for that. Logistics is obviously an important component of the manufacturing cycle, and then obviously the CDL will move from there. With that being said, we're in the process of submitting the paperwork for appropriations, and we're looking for funding support. The funding we're looking for will be used to create a state-of-the-art CDL training facility to include performance-based training on a reimagined training course. The proposed site is the current track and field located on the Cocoa campus for Brevard Adult and Community Education, which is at the Clear Lake Education Center. This track is not currently being used by Brevard Public Schools for track and field events, and repurposing it is an ideal fit. We believe this is the next step in supporting our community here in Brevard and all of Central Florida. Brevard and Adult and Community Education will be able to provide workforce opportunities and training to meet the supply chain demands for our community. So that is our big ask, and we want to say thank you for listening to our dream and vision. We look forward to your support and further conversation as we make this a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? So you have beautiful facilities there, too.
Thank you.
Janice Kershaw with the Brevard Schools Foundation.
May I hand you some student thank you cards?
Yeah.
And welcome to Brevard Representatives Tremont and Brackett. I'm Janice Kershaw with Brevard Schools Foundation. We're the nonprofit organization that enhances education in our public schools by supporting innovation, engaging communities, and changing lives. And first, I just want to thank you for your past support and for trusting us to get things done. So one of the keys to our success is being able to leverage the state funds to encourage private sector investment in classroom innovation through the School District Education Foundation Matching Grant Program. So of the $6 million allocated last year, or for this year, our Education Foundation in Brevard is receiving $144,000, which we doubled to fund opportunities like teaching quality initiatives, the supply zone for teachers, and Discover Brevard study trips, including Destination Space. And Representative Altman, you know full well how the prices for Destination Space rose this year, putting in jeopardy our ability to continue introducing sixth grade students to our space legacy here in Brevard and inspiring them to enter STEM careers. In fact, when we had a discussion at our board about the cost, a student member of our board, Brianna, just practically jumped out of her seat and said, "You have to keep this program." In fact, she was a Commodore. "It's what inspired me to want to work for NASA." And Brianna is now a senior and remains committed to this goal, planning to study in the STEM fields, inspired by the Foundation's Destination Space program. Fortunately, this year the matching funds were able to help see us through this cost increase this year. Statewide, through the Consortium of Florida Education Foundations, funding is supporting locally driven initiatives in nearly all of our state's countywide school districts. These funds are flexible, focused, and accountable. Each local program has measurable outcomes and specifically designed to address priority areas in those communities. So we're asking this year that you make this proven statewide program a priority in the pre-K through 12 education budget for 2023-24. We request that you increase our funding level to $6.5 million for the School District Education Foundation Matching Grant Program to continue to innovate learning and power the potential of our students and teachers. And there is a request in your packet. So please reach out to us if you have any questions about how these funds are impacting classrooms in your district, and better yet, let us take you out there and show you personally. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you have any? Thank you. Georgiana Gillette, Space Coast Transportation Planning Organization.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, delegation members. I'm Georgiana Gillette, Director of the Space Coast Transportation Planning Organization, and we are responsible for coordinating all state and federally funded transportation projects in Brevard County. Our transportation system is largely driven by the activities at the Cape Canaveral Spaceport, Port Canaveral, and the Melbourne-Orlando International Airport. These strategic intermodal system hubs and the corridors that support them are critical to our state's economy. So first, I just want to say thank you for allocating state and federal funds to advance several of our high priority projects this past year. Specifically, our #1 priority, the widening of Ellis Road from John Roads to Wickham. We've made significant progress in securing funding for the project. The right-of-way acquisition phase is officially underway and will be completed by October of 2024. There is now a total of $30.8 million programmed for construction in fiscal year 25-26, using a combination of local, state, and federal funds. We are at least $25 million short. However, we've come a long way, and it really does show true partnership between all of the agencies. We are also providing technical assistance to the county in seeking a federal infrastructure grant for the funding shortfall, and we anticipate the notice of funding opportunity to come out within the next month or two. And so these grants are highly competitive, and we will be reaching out to you, hopefully, for a letter of support, any support that you can give us so that we can be successful. But I just want to thank you for your significant and steady support for space, sea, airport infrastructure, along with our roadway infrastructure, because we have to have the ground infrastructure, the surface transportation to support all of our fabulous modes that we have here in Brevard County. So thank you very, very much.
Representative Fine has a question.
I do, because I've had some people come to my office to talk about how important that project is. So I just have a couple questions. How far is that section of Ellis Road that's going to be widened?
I think it's 1.7 miles
Okay, so
from
1.7.
John Roads to Wickham.
Just because I don't know the answer, and maybe folks here would be interested, why does it cost $55 million to widen 1.7 miles of road?
It's quite shocking. The cost of materials, the cost of concrete, labor, it has skyrocketed. Right-of-way costs are, the right-of-way acquisition in itself is $30 million. It took a while just to get that together, and the DOT has agreed to administer that on behalf of Brevard County. But the construction materials have skyrocketed. It has went up to 60%, according to the Florida Department of Transportation, for some projects.
So
It's the mark of the times. A lot of utilities in that corridor, too.
Yes, sir.
I think
Yes,
that
sir.
always increases
Very much so.
power. Yeah.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Thank you. Yes, Tyler?
I do have a question. I recently learned of this idea of reducing the number of lanes on US 1 through Palm Coast, which personally I think is ridiculous. Has the TPO taken a position on that, or where are you all at in those conversations?
We have not taken a position. We understand the county's concern. The whole purpose of it stemmed from the city of Palm Shores wanting to slow traffic down. They have clocked speeds at 100 miles per hour just because it's wide open. And so it was an option that the DOT presented. They did a study which said that it could withstand it out to 25 years. But the county has taken a position. The department has heard it loud and clear. And so it has not come to the TPO floor, but we certainly can discuss it if we need to, if it needs to be taken further. All right.
Representative Mayfield?
Yeah, thank you. And I too that's been brought to my attention. And I think when we say DOT had made a presentation on how it could be done, I want to just make sure it's understood. They did it on behalf of Palm Shores. How can we do this? It wasn't because they were recommending it.
Correct.
They said, how can we do it? And they said, this is how it can be done. I agree. I think it's not a feasible idea to reduce lanes in that area and spend money that we just spent money widening the area. So I'm not sure that that's going to happen. I can't guarantee it, but things happen. But I think I'm not sure that that project's going to go through. And I understand their concern. Slowing the speed down, then they can monitor it, and people will get the message after they get a few tickets because they're speeding through that area.
Absolutely.
But I'm not sure that that project's going to be favorable for FDOT.
Thank you, Senator.
Representative Fine?
Thank you, Chairman. Just to add on, since there seems to be a lot of mumbling in the crowd over it, I also met with the governor's team at DOT, along with one of the county commissioners, about the project and said, don't assume that this town of a few 100,000 people speaks for the whole 600,000 people that are in Brevard County. And I think the DOT has a much broader sense of that road may matter to the people who live in that town, but it also matters to tens of thousands of people who drive it every day. And I think that disaster has probably been averted. So it's actually a lot easier to ask people not to do something than it is to ask them to do something. And so I'd like to meet with you to ask you not to do something. And so I feel fairly confident.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
The Brevard TP used to be the TPO, but it's now the Brevard Transportation Planning Organization, still is the TPO, and is made up of cities and counties. A giant body has representation from all over the county, and they really are the point for all the projects that go that are built in Brevard County. It's an incredibly important entity, and Georgiana runs it flawlessly, and we appreciate what you do. And I know there are many, many controversial things that come up. Most controversial, the public has heard. The good thing is you have transparency. So any of these ideas, no matter how harebrained they may be at times, some of them are great. At least they're out there and they're vetted, so the public is aware of them, and I think this is a good example. Okay, our next is Craig Wallace, Indian River Lagoon Coalition.
Good evening. Craig Wallace with the Brevard Indian River Lagoon Coalition. We thank you for all the support you have given over the past years to the lagoon. So I represent as the chair of the Brevard Indian River Lagoon Coalition. I'm pleased to speak before you for over 30 Indian River stakeholder organizations, including Marine Resource Council, Brevard Zoo Restore Our Shores Program, Keep Brevard Beautiful, and many others. The governor's bold announcement yesterday of the Indian River Lagoon Protection Program to expand partnerships with prioritized projects and funding could not have come at a more important time. Plus, it shortened my presentation. We applaud the great effort and progress testing being made by the Brevard County Save Our Indian River Lagoon program with matching state funds. And I repeat, matching state funds, thank you. To restore the health of the critical resource, we are starting to see positive impact from that work. There remains a sense of urgency in this work, and as a stakeholder in the coalition and our partners are ready to answer the governor's call to engage with state and local governments to identify projects critical to our community's water quality. We endorse the governor's goals of reduction of septic, wastewater, and stormwater pollution, as well as upgrading aging infrastructure. We greatly appreciate the continued commitment of action and funding to restore our national treasure, the Indian River Lagoon. The Space Coast is known for innovation and embracing nature-based innovative solutions, so we're a perfect fit for that. Science does exist to resolve the problems with the lagoon. Measurable progress is being made. The governor called for stakeholder participation. We are prepared to work with you to answer that call. Thank you. So there is an ask that I have in your package here. And one of the topics that has come up today is the septic to sewer conversions. We also have a problem with the fact that we are still installing septic systems, permitting new septic systems. And what we would like to do is convert those from conventional septic systems to advanced septic systems, which will reduce the impact on the lagoon. So we're asking for some funding to help differentiate that cost between the conventional and the advanced septic systems, which we think should be standard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Spot on right there. Thank you so much. I know it's getting kind of warm in here. I think we've had the AC turned down cooler. Yeah. We need it. It's getting awful hot up here. So whoever can do that, do that. Turn the temperature down. Yeah. Okay, Louis Kontnick, Indian River Lagoon Roundtable.
Thank you. I'm Louis Kontnick, a member of the Indian River Lagoon Roundtable, a group of longtime citizen environmentalists focused on establishing a balance between Brevard's tremendously important space industry, including its scientific launches and its commercial development, creating a balance between that and our unique lagoon and our quality of life. I want to thank you for this opportunity and for all the efforts you've made to help restore our piece of paradise, the Indian River Lagoon. Governor DeSantis' Executive Order 2306 yesterday was dearly welcomed and defines a pathway forward. Let me summarize the balance that we need and is currently missing. The North IRL is in deep trouble. Lost seagrass, dead manatees, and KSC has a health plan that says the last decade has seen dramatic seagrass loss due to repeated algae blooms within the jurisdictional boundaries of KSC. This loss is due to two problems. First, the historic construction in the 60s of the crawlerway and other facilities, and second, the current unmanaged commercial space development process. There currently is no process or organization monitoring or managing the cumulative effects of growth out there. That lack of process may kill the lagoon. I do want to recognize the wastewater treatment facility, which is definitely important. Additionally, unlike Brevard citizens paying millions of dollars in taxes for the 372 soil restoration projects, the NASA plan for the lagoon lists 6 remediation projects, yet points out, I quote, "These proposed projects are not currently funded." Governor DeSantis' order hits the right points. It, in addition to matching Brevard's current estimated $542 million soil investment, it would strengthen BMAPs for impaired waterways. It would promote partnerships, federal, state, local, and other, to identify and prioritize projects. As stewards, as stewards of Brevard's interests, we encourage you to support the governor's order and to actively push KSC, Space Florida, and others to create a real balance for the future between space and our other blessing, the lagoon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? I appreciate it. It was a very good presentation. Okay, Ronald Eckler, Cape Canaveral Lighthouse Foundation.
Good evening. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about the lighthouse. First, I've got some board directors that I want to
Great.
stand up. Cape Canaveral Lighthouse was built in 1868, so this is the 125th anniversary come May. The Cape Canaveral Foundation has had a goal to rebuild the footprint of the Cape Canaveral Lighthouse. In 2018, we got $500,000 from TDC, $250,000 from the state of Florida, and we built a cottage, restrooms, which the women love, and laid the infrastructure for the rest of the cottages that we wanted to install. This project was completed in 2019. Our long-term goal is to build the other two cottages at an estimated cost of about $675,000. The cottage that we built has become our museum and gift shop. Somebody's phone. And it opened in December 2019, closed in March of 2020, reopened in October 2020, and since then our visitation has increased. In 2021, we had approximately 3,000 visitors. In 2022, we had over 8,000 visitors. These are from Brevard County and throughout the state of Florida. Now, our fundraising has also increased because we've been able to have events. We've had seems like the runners love to run when they're for Space Force Station. We've had a 10K run sponsored by the Lighthouse. There's a 10-mile run for the Space Force has a 10-mile run. And we've had an event at the American Muscle Car Museum. So our fundraising has increased. Our membership has increased. Right now we have over 600 members, 69 of them being lifetime members. We have over 200 volunteers that help out at the Lighthouse and also help out for the launches. We have plans for 2023 having both runs again, the 5K and the 10-miler. We're also getting school kids out there. We have 2 tours this month of 4th grade school kids coming out to the Lighthouse instead of going to St. Augustine. Our mission is to preserve, protect, and interpret the Lighthouse and its historical significance on the Space Coast, the state of Florida, and the nation. We're ready to build right now if we had the money. We're not asking for money this year because we want to get backing first. We will invite all of you out to the Lighthouse for a private tour. Just send an email and you can have a tour. And again, thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you so much. Robert Bob White, Republican Liberty Caucus of Florida and Central East Florida.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the delegation. It's great to be with you. It's great to welcome 2 new faces to the dais this evening. Looking forward to working with the 2 of you as well as all of you during the coming legislative session. I believe you all know that the Republican Liberty Caucus is in fact a national grassroots organization working to advance the Jeffersonian principles of individual rights, limited government, free markets, and personal freedom and responsibility. You should have in your packet a document from us. I'm going to touch on some of those issues this evening. Regarding campaign finance reform, it is time to put an end to the quote-unquote legal laundering of millions of dollars in special interest campaign contributions that flows through, thank you very much, that is flowing through political committees and electioneering communications organizations. We support legislation that would prohibit these transfers between these PCs, these ECOs, the political parties, and the affiliated party committees. And I'm pleased to be able to inform you that one of your colleagues, Representative Beltran, has submitted a bill. He's put legislation in bill drafting that would do exactly that on the House side. We're looking for a Senate companion at this time. Regarding the Second Amendment, We absolutely support constitutional carry. We absolutely support a repeal of red flag law. And we absolutely support the restoration of the rights of 18, 19, and 20-year-olds to be able to purchase a firearm legally from a licensed firearms dealer. Infringements on the rights of law-abiding citizens to keep and bear arms will not prevent criminals or sick and twisted individuals from manifesting criminal or evil intent. It will, on the other hand, make the lawful community less safe and less able to defend itself. Regarding term limits, 8 years is plenty. We were pleased to support the House bill last year that would have set term limits for school board members at 8, and we were extremely disappointed when the Senate changed it to 12. So we'd like to encourage you to roll that additional 4 years back if you can possibly do that. We're also going to be supporting legislation being proposed by Recall Florida that would provide non-charter counties with the same election recall abilities as charter counties currently have. Regarding education, we strongly support universal school choice that would empower parents to have more control over the kind of education that works best for their children. We support legislation providing for partisan school board elections, as well as legislation giving voters the ability to recall school board members and elected superintendents. Regarding taxation and the size of government, your Florida budget has grown by nearly 20% in 2 years and continues to grow faster than what would be required to keep up with population growth and inflation. We support an exhaustive budget review process to find and eliminate duplicative programs, unnecessary programs, and wasteful spending practices. Under no circumstances will we ever support an increase in taxation as a means to eliminate any future deficits that should they arise. In fact, we ought to be rolling taxes back at this point in time. And of course, regarding regulation, we support free market solutions to increase access and lower costs for consumers as it would apply to healthcare, occupational licensing, government subsidy of the newspaper industry. For God's sake, can we get legislation that would end this ancient practice of funding our newspapers by posting all of the legal notices in print? We'd love to see that rolled back. And finally, the three-tier system of regulation over the production, distribution, and sale of alcoholic beverages. That needs to be addressed as well. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right on time. No, we have questions.
It's not a question, but just a comment.
Sure.
We did pass a bill to eliminate the subsidy of the newspapers last year.
You did, but it's got too many caveats in it. It's not an outright ban. There are loopholes within that legislation that ought to be addressed.
There aren't.
Yes, there are.
Every county has the right to. Not every
That's
county,
just it.
No,
Every
I'm
county
sorry. I
has the
misspoke.
right.
Every county is required. And by the way, if you care in Brevard County, you should do this. Brevard County is launching a website, and every local government can use that website in order to post their public notice. Every county will have the ability. It's not optional to do electronic posting of public notices. That is the law. We didn't tell the cities they had to do it. That is true. But
Right.
every voter can say to their elected officials, "Don't waste my money in the newspaper."
But it's
Go
not
and do
an
it.
all-out requirement.
Right. It's called freedom. We gave them the choice.
Oh, I see.
Thank
It's
you.
called, okay. Good for you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. White. Sandra Sullivan, waive sanction. We have a handout here.
Sandra Sullivan from Waves Action. Honorable State Representatives, I am respectfully requesting 2 legislative changes to correct legislation made during the last recession. Thank you for the recent insurance legislation to help address the insurance crisis and excessive insurance rate hikes. But if we're not proactive, we will be like Boulder, Colorado, who can't get insurance at any price. The crisis is not over. Universal, the largest insurer, is expected to leave Florida. Hurricane Ian had devastating effect on flooding properties in vulnerable flood zones and signals the need to proactively safeguard the ability to get insurance in Florida. To do that, please bring back a balance of growth management in Florida's most vulnerable areas by the state protecting the barrier island and wetlands from inappropriate development. When I was campaigning, the second biggest issue I heard was for the pendulum to swing back for a balance of growth regulation for these areas. The issue is the intense development pressure. In the past, the state incentivized this with state dollars from FCT and with DCA, which capped density on the central beaches. Okay, so the other issue is we are very grateful Governor DeSantis has pledged $3.5 billion more for Florida's environment, including $100 million per year for the Indian River Lagoon. As you know, pollution is impacting the IRL. This year, 43% of manatees that died were in Brevard County, up from 33%. As part of the commitment, please change state policy back to mechanical harvesting instead of spraying herbicides. Here in Brevard, this is especially important in any area draining to the Indian River Lagoon and the St. Johns River. The state switched to spraying in 2010 as a cost-saving measure, and since then we have lost 96% of seagrass. Even where the water quality is good, the seagrass is declining. This is by science. It takes time for the science to catch up with policy. We now know these chemicals kill seagrass and good algae, feed the bad algae, and persist in salt water. In addition to prioritizing aging sewage plants, I would ask your consideration as 4 of the 10 biggest muck flux sites are the causeways. We really need to prioritize their replacement, as this would increase flow by nearly 20% and address the muck issue in those areas. Thank you so much, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Sandra. Our next speaker is Stacy Gallagher, Sea Turtle Conservancy.
Yes. Hi there. My name is Stacy Gallagher. I'm the policy coordinator at the Sea Turtle Conservancy. We are a Florida-based nonprofit, and we're actually the oldest sea turtle conservation group in the world. And we're here to just remind you all that Brevard County contains natural resources that are unlike anywhere else in the United States. We ask for your leadership in safeguarding these resources through your work at the state level. The Archie Carr National Wildlife Refuge, for example, is a 20-mile stretch of beach spanning from Melbourne Beach to Wabasso Beach, and it's the site of the largest aggregation of loggerhead sea turtles in the world. What happens here affects global populations of loggerheads, and it's also the most important nesting area for green turtles in the United States. And over the last 3 decades, the Carr Refuge has become a global model for success. It's a place where smart development can occur at the same time that we successfully recover endangered species. It's also a place that receives tremendous public support. Thousands of people sign up each year to go on turtle walks at night. They volunteer at facilities like the Barrier Island Center, and they proudly support sea turtles by purchasing a sea turtle license plate. Recently, however, there are concerning signals from members of the Brevard County Commission that they may care less about protecting this special place and more about increasing development density on the South Beaches. And given all of the funding that has gone to establish the refuge, the declining health of the lagoon, the impacts of recent hurricanes on these highly developed beaches, and the precarious state of the homeowners insurance market here in Florida, increasing residential density on this barrier island is the last thing that any of us should want to happen. And at the same time, you all are investing millions of dollars into coastal resiliency and adaptation. And most of the development along this refuge consists of single-family homes and smaller businesses that are intertwined with publicly owned parcels. This unique patchwork of public conservation land and relatively low-impact development has proven to be very resilient, while at the same time providing critical nesting habitat for sea turtles. The refuge saw more than 30,000 sea turtle nests last year alone. So your constituents are deeply connected to this area's coastal habitats and to the sea turtles that nest here. And as you enter the session, we ask you to remember the importance of the county's coastal resources and work to protect them for the future. Increasing development density on these beaches would disrupt the delicate balance that residents and sea turtles enjoy. And no short-term profit is worth sacrificing the long-term health of this special community.
Do we have questions? We have questions, yeah. Senator Wright?
You seem to be knowledgeable on sea turtles.
Yeah.
What would help me to understand areas where we've been so devastated and all the sand dunes and things are gone, and, you know, what's left of the beach is vertical now, right up on the property lines, underneath swimming pools and things. Will the sea turtles, in your opinion, be there again this season, or are they going to be looking for other dunes someplace else?
If there is no sandy beach for them to nest on, they won't be able to nest there. So they will have to try to go somewhere else unless beach renourishment is supported, dune plantings, those natural solutions to coastal erosion are done there.
I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Senator Fine?
I have a question and a comment first. Actually, the nesting areas that she mentioned, I actually live on one. And if you look at the 2-lane portion of A1A south of 192, those beaches held up very well in large part because of the type of development that you've talked about. And so that is true, and something we're going to look at in the legislature this year. But my question is, we're not county commissioners.
Mm-hmm.
So what is it that they're trying to do, and what is it that you would like us to do to stop it?
Yeah, that's a good question. There are members on the county commission who are trying to make changes to the comprehensive plan that would basically make increasing residential density on the south beaches easier. So just monitoring that, working with DEO to make sure that processes are followed correctly. And I think some folks after me will talk more about that too.
Yeah, yes, Senator Mayfield.
You'll get it right
Yeah.
in a moment. Stacy, thank you for that presentation, and I know some of the residents have been in contact with our office. We have been in communication with the state lands. We are trying to get some answers from them. We know the land use amendment was submitted to the state. They have reviewed it, and my concern is that we haven't updated what it is that those agencies should be looking at to approve that amendment change.
Yes.
And this is no criticism on anyone other than, you know, there is some resilience issues that has never been looked at in the past that we are actually looking at this year.
Okay.
And so I think that you may see some changes on the agency's responsibilities whenever these comprehensive land use amendments are sent in. What is that impact going to be on the coastline? What is that impact going to be on the insurance in our state? You know, what is that impact going to be on the transportation? So there are things that they haven't looked at in the past that I think that they're going to start to have to look at. And we created a new committee called the Resilience Committee as well, and that part of that committee's responsibility is look long-term in the growth in Florida. And so that is an issue that, you know, that we are going to be looking at, and we are working on getting answers back, and we'll make sure that you get answers back on what we get from the agencies.
That's great, and we really appreciate that and your support, so thank you.
A little history lesson, as Rep. Fine will say. That's a little history lesson.
We don't need to hear about how Florida was created by VIII, so.
But a little history on this issue. I remember the day we had the tragic Challenger accident. I was chairman of the Brevard County Commission. We were hearing a debate for a zero lot line, highly dense development on the Disney properties. And we stopped it. And Disney, in their good faith, sold us the land, and that was the beginning of the Arch Carr Wildlife Refuge Program. We also downzoned 14,000 acres out of the South Beaches. because the studies we had, and I hope y'all have an opportunity to go back and look at those, on hurricane evacuation, needing to add another bridge, 4-laning A1A was devastating for the quality of life. And I think one of the greatest things that commission did that I had the honor of serving on was save our South Beaches. And I'm horrified to think I'm horrified to think that that would be undone. One of the things that enabled us to do this was President Ronald Reagan, believe it or not. Under Reagan's leadership, we developed the Coastal Barrier Resources Act. And if you, and it was from a senator from Delaware at the time, if you increase densities on a fragile barrier island under the Coastal Barrier Resources Act, you lose federal funding.
Mm-hmm.
So it would have had a horrific, and that's for water plants, sewer plants. You just can't use federal funded infrastructures for increasing density. And if you do, you lose all of that.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope you look at that. I know we'll be looking at that, but that is devastating for Brevard County and would undo one of the greatest things the commission's ever done.
Yeah.
So appreciate you.
Thank you.
Stell Bailey, Fight for Zero. Is Fight for Zero here? I don't think so. Okay, now we're going to, we have some individuals that we want to hear in relation to an issue because of some medical issues and such. They needed to move up a little bit. And I'd like to introduce Greg Hullinger. We're right here. Yeah. Greg Hullinger. It's a group of mobile home residents, and Donna Lesser, Jane Bach, Ellen Posner, and June Knight. Which tab number is it? This is tab number 54, tab number 55, tab number 56, 57, and 58. Okay. Yes. This is part of our public presentation. They've come a pretty long distance. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much for allowing us here tonight. We are here from mobile home parks throughout this area. And I want to wish all of you and your families a very good new year, and I thank you for being here for us. Now, we have a real problem. We've got people coming in, buying into these communities of ours. People are being forced out onto the street, elderly, disabled people. This is really happening, and we've got thousands of cases throughout Florida. This is a big deal, folks. These are real people. These aren't fish. These aren't animals, which we do love. This is happening. We have 723 statutes. 723, you're aware of them. There's two things we need to be changed on that. We need to go into that .004 and .005, and if we can move into the position where we can take this statute and give it some kind of guts so that there's enforcement. There is no enforcement now. We've got people coming in, harassing people, threatening them with eviction, using eviction as a tool to harass. This is going on constantly. We are losing our affordable housing here in Florida, and we're not even vetting these corporations. It has to be done. We need regulatory laws so that when these people come in, we can at least know where the money's coming from. They're printing money now, giving it to people at 1% and 2%, and we are losing our affordable housing. People are dying out there because guess what? They're stressed out. This is too much for these elderly people. And there's a lot of them here. Could you signify yourself, please? So this is the deal. If we really love these people, we're going to do something for them. They're human beings. This is what's going on. And in our park, we are police officers, retired space workers like I am, teachers. We are not trailer trash. We are real people. This is going on. Please do something about this for these people. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Tremont, we have a question. Greg, we got a question here.
Greg Yeah, no question really, but my legislative aide is here, and I am aware of this issue, and I'd like you to connect with them if we could, and we can follow up.
Thank you,
Thank
thank
you,
you.
thank you, sir.
I do have a pass out here, and there are solutions. One of them is a buyback program through all these trillions that are coming back, okay, to somebody. We don't know where it's going. But the trillions of dollars in infrastructure, some of that money should come back to these parks and these low-income people so they can buy back from the people that got the money to begin with, and we don't even know where the money came from. That's our problem right now.
Okay. Donna Lessard? Lessard. Donna Lessard.
Lessard.
Yeah. Lessard?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. I just
And
want
you
to share
probably
my...
want to pull that mic closer here. Yeah.
Okay. I purchased my home in Whispering Pines in August of 2021. The community was very friendly. This is in Titusville. The community was very friendly and peaceful. According to the neighbors that I got to speak with, lot fees steadily increased by $15 to $20 each year per month. So knowing that I was able to do a 5-year plan, which sadly coincided with my life expectancy. I was diagnosed with a rare and progressive disease. I believed my affairs were in order and I could face my end with peace and no worry. That changed in 2022 when Parakeet Communities purchased our park. Their first rent increase was a whopping $120 per month. Exactly. That's 38%. That's a 38% increase for the lot rent. I maxed out my 5-year plan just like that in one increase. I've asked management and the owners what happens next. No one gives an answer. Nobody can give an answer. I've attended their meetings and we're spoken to, but there's no conversation. We're spoken at, basically. They're more preoccupied with handing out violation notices. They're very on top of that. I want you to understand, when our homes are threatened and our neighbors have been threatened and everybody is very emotional and everybody is very nervous at this point, you can hear it in all of our testimonies. How many of us will soon, unfortunately, join the ever-growing homeless population? We're standing here today asking for your support to secure legislation that will protect mobile home owners like us in the future. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you very much for that, very to the point. Our next speaker is Jane Bach, yes. And then after Jane Bach is Eileen Posner.
Sorry, I twisted my leg yesterday. May I hand these one-pagers over here, please? Thank you very much. Of who we are, and thank you. We ready? Hi, I'm Jane Bosch. I live in a mobile home community called Missile View, which Lease Co-Management owns. Most people are aware that mobile home communities are supposed to be the last niche of affordable housing for low-income families, seniors, and those on fixed incomes. Yet, large predatory real estate speculators have become aware that only some states have protections for mobile home communities. Florida State Statute Section 723 gives mobile homeowners very few rights and was written at a time when mobile home communities were locally owned and operated. Legality does not equal morality. So I am organizing, alongside MH Action, resident leaders to make a change, not only because it's affecting my lifestyle, because this is affecting many residents who are unable to advocate for themselves. Section 723 needs to be amended for the long-term viability of our communities. Seniors are frequenting food pantries and rationing medication in order to survive. We need to not only have regulations passed, but have proper channels in place to enforce them. These companies are using taxpayer dollars from Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac to finance the mistreatment of already vulnerable communities. I'm standing before you today, the widow of a retired American career soldier. I was widowed young. I am a mother of two, and they're both American. I'm asking you to protect the constituents from being victims of often out-of-state predatory land speculators. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Eileen Posner, is Eileen Posner here? And then after Eileen is June Knight. You can come on, walk on down, June, if you'd like. That way, save a little time. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Eileen Posner, and I live at Whispering Pines Mobile Home and RV Park in Titusville.
Okay.
As I speak here tonight, there are currently multiple sinkholes in my community that I've warned the owners of my park, Parakeet Communities, about multiple times. They ignored my concerns and patched up the issue instead of fixing it right. For 8 months, we've had a beam underneath the back of our bedroom because there was a sinkhole there. And it's a wooden beam that runs crossways. Thank you. These corporate owners have decreased maintenance drastically, increased rent prices, and at every given chance, they harass. Letters. They harass us. I got to get to my place. They harass us who speak about the issues in the park. I was sent a cease and desist letter that stated I was slandering our corporate owners for talking about the septic issues in my backyard. They told me I could not talk to anyone about what was going on in my own backyard. Yesterday, code enforcement was out in the park because repairs to the sinkhole behind my house were not completed up to code. I'm asking you today to meet with us and to help us draft legislation that protects homeowners and introduce us to the communities that we can use to advance our goals. I believe there are needs to be a department within the Office of the Attorney General focused exclusively on the enforcement of housing laws and another method of stronger enforcement of laws that are already in place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
June Knight.
Good evening. My name is June Knight. I live in a
June, you
mobile
might
home.
want to pull that mic closer to your mouth, the microphone there. There you go.
Thank you.
We want to hear what you have to say.
She has trouble hearing. I'm sorry. I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to tell my story. I live in the Whispering Pines Mobile Home Park. Since our corporate owners took over, community management has become increasingly hostile towards residents. They have created arbitrary rules that have no goal or reasoning behind them. On or about August 25th, 2022, the manager of Whispering Pines approached me personally and told me that I needed to quit pulling weeds in my yard. We rent the land. I have always pulled weeds in my yard, but her reasoning was that the sand from me pulling weeds would be clogging the sewer system, okay? The same sewer system that you have already heard being damaged long before I lived there. I've recited 4 trailers in Whispering Pines and have never been told to quit pulling weeds before Parakeet took over. Our park manager went to my twin sister's house, she's here to help me because of my weakness, and informed her that if I would stop pulling my weed in my yard and would be a good girl, she would remove the stump in my yard. I felt I had been targeted, stalked, and hesitant to work in my yard. Since then, she has made these hesitant to work in my yard, and since these comments, because they're offensive, I felt like she was stalking me. But they would run down in front of my trailer looking right in at me. And so, therefore, management should not have the power to threaten or abuse us, take our rights away while we're trying to make their yard look nice, not my yard. It's a clear abuse of power that's threatened the security of our homes. Any questions?
Thank you so much. Appreciate
Thank you,
it.
guys.
That's our last speaker on this issue. I want to thank those who, pretty long drive up in North Titusville, and as you can see, some of the members, it was quite a sacrifice to be here. This is a situation where individuals make an investment in a motor home, a capital investment, and put it on a piece of land that somebody else owns. So they not only lose their home, but they are faced with a capital investment. They have no place to put it. So it's not just a rental issue. It's a property rights issue. It's an issue related to large outside corporations coming and buying up property, which has been an issue, even international companies, that's got a lot of public attention. So I wanted to thank you so much. Yeah, you know them. Did you have anything you wanted to say, Rep. Tremont? Okay. All right, good. We'll definitely be looking at your comments and seeing what we can do. This doesn't just affect you. This affects everybody throughout the entire state of Florida. And we'll be working with other delegations. So, okay. I'm going to go back and see if Stale Bailey happened to come in from Fight for Zero. I don't think they want to give him another opportunity. Mark Shantis, Barrier Island Preservation and Protection Association.
Those are all my relatives. Thank you, delegates, for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. My name is Mark Shantis. I am a 26-year resident of Brevard South Beaches. I am also a board member of BIPA, the Barrier Islands Preservation and Protection Association. I come to you this evening asking for your help in protecting our very special community, neighborhoods, and natural resources. What was said before, I have to just say ditto on, and it's going to cut my talk a lot. But I want you to understand the urgency of it. Okay? On October 6th, ignoring a room full of South Beach residents and over 1,000 emails in opposition, the Brevard Commission approved the first zoning increase in 30 years on the South Beaches. It was then stated on the record intentions to continue changing regulations to increase density on the South Beaches. The Commission, the expression was that they see this protecting private property rights, allowing people to do whatever they want with their property without regard for the environment or the history of what had happened and all the research that was done 30 years ago over 5 years with a couple of $1 million worth of county expense, with lots of employees and a whole lot of constituents and stakeholders involved. What we are asking for is that there be oversight by DEO, which has not happened. The Commission then went ahead and sent in a major change, calling it a minor change, as a Scrivener error, and it changes the plan in 400 different places, okay? without any oversight and in violation of FS 163.3177, which requires data analysis. They also sent in a map, which is a 2009 data map instead of the 2021 map used by FEMA and State of Florida's Emergency Management Department. Okay? What it does is it takes the line and moves it from the center or almost close to A1A and moves it to the ocean, to the high water mark of the ocean, so that you can now build anything you want. And when they send in their amendments to DEO, DEO looks at it and says, they say it's not in the high hazard zone. Well, it's not in the high hazard zone according to the 2009 data, but it is definitely in the high hazard zone based on the new data in 21, okay? All we're asking you to do is to stop them from doing this on quickly together. All these actions are a groundwork for major beachfront development, and we want you to help us to get DEO. We are asking you to make sure that this doesn't happen without clear, open, honest public debate with all stakeholders about what is being done. And DEO has the mechanism, but there's nobody sitting in the desk looking at these amendments. So the amendments go in, they go through, and then we as the public have to appeal it. We have to hire lawyers to go ahead and stop them from breaking the law.
Representative Fine.
Thank you. So I asked a question before, and just so we understand.
Yes.
So what was the zoning like before, and what is it that they've asked to change it to?
It's not even that one issue.
Okay.
It's that there's a public announcement that was done by a commissioner, okay, that basically said, all that was done 30 years ago, okay, and I won't say how he said it, but was done by a commissioner. It was not done by a commissioner. It was done by thousands of hours of research and land use studies and millions of dollars of county money. And he said, there is going to be no creeping along here. We are going to broad brush the whole place, basically, and rezone everything and increase all the zoning on the South Beaches. Most of the area he's talking about has no sewers.
None of it
It's
has
all septic tank drain fields, okay? Go ahead and increase density 10 times and tell me how much more sewage is going to end up in the Indian River Lagoon.
So just a comment to
Yes.
maybe put, I know there's a lot of people here who want to talk about it, and this might help with this. So many of you may know I lived down here until 2016 when my house got destroyed. I had a septic tank. I lived in
Right.
the unincorporated South Beaches. We know each other.
Sure.
So you've heard that. I've talked to Representative Brackett. I can't talk to Senator Mayfield. She's down there, but she also represents it as well, and I suspect she'll be interested. But we will reach out to DEO and say, sort of, let's
Okay, so this is an urgent.
because we don't want a 4-lane road and another bridge, and I
It's
understand
relatively
all the
urgent
issues,
because
so
they have now
I-
laid in
we'll-
place.
We'll do it tomorrow.
They even
so.
got a land use. So let me tell you something else. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it. I'm going to give you a summary of what I could be saying in about an hour.
I also, again, as I mentioned earlier, I live this issue, and you're 100% right. Thousands of hours of research, very, very technical engineering studies, overwhelming public support. And also, we protected private property rights because those projects that had begun, we honored, but those projects that could not be built because of the lack of infrastructure and jeopardizing federal funds were the ones that were affected. So, yeah, this is a very well thought out plan. But I also want to mention, too, it's just not those who live in the South Beaches. I represent Indialantic. I know Rep. Fine represents south of there, but I represent Indialantic, and it's the traffic that's going to be forced on the Fifth Avenue and those areas. So it affects all of South Brevard.
Done with me?
Yeah. We're good. Thank you.
You made the sale. So.
And very appropriately, we have Paul Owens from the Thousand Friends of Florida here. Thank you for being here. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair Altman and delegation members, for the opportunity to address you this evening. I'm Paul Owens, president of 1,000 Friends of Florida. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization based in Tallahassee, but Central Florida has been my home for more than 20 years. Since 1986, we've been advocating what Governor DeSantis called for in his executive order this week: successful and sustainable growth while protecting natural resources. That's a direct quote. The priorities I'm going to focus on first this evening are made more urgent by the hurricanes that struck our state this year. Ian and Nicole were painful reminders that it's essential for Florida to steer growth toward appropriate areas and away from vulnerable areas. Doing so will save lives, property, and tax dollars when future storms hit and ease upward pressure on insurance costs. We hope this will be a focus of the improvements in planning that the governor called for in that executive order. One way of protecting vulnerable areas is to continue to invest in preserving natural and agricultural land to buffer our coasts and our communities. The last state budget allocated $488 million for land conservation. We'd like to see at least $500 million from the Land Acquisition Trust Fund invested for this purpose in the next budget. There are other ways of promoting growth in the right places and avoiding the wrong places. Expand the requirement for sea level rise impact studies before money is spent on construction. Require disclosure of flood history on property sales. Raise the standard of state review for any proposed development or redevelopment in coastal high hazard areas or floodplains. Finally, no one who lives near the Indian River Lagoon needs to be convinced of the need to keep working to improve water quality. Funding for clean water, including $100 million a year for the lagoon, is critical, but so is policy. Legislators got off to a good start in 2020 with Senator Mayfield's Clean Waterways Act. We urge you to build on that legislation and finish the job of implementing the consensus recommendations of Governor DeSantis's Blue-Green Algae Task Force. We ask for your serious consideration of these priorities, and we thank you so much for your service for this community and our state.
Thank you. Carl Weinbarger, Conradina, if I said that right. Contradina Native Plant Society.
Correct. Yeah, I'm Carl Weinbarger. I'm the president of the Contradina Native
You might
Plant
want to talk.
Society.
Do you have your mic?
Contradina Native Plant Society of Florida is asking for legislation promoting low-impact development. Some of the organizations that support this are the Marine Resource Council, 1,000 Friends of Florida, Sierra Club Florida, the Space Coast Association of Realtors, and the Brevard Indian River Lagoon Coalition, along with 20 other organizations. The Contradina chapter of Florida Native Plant Society has 200 members and is asking you to work quickly to establish more legislation mandating the use of Florida native plants and trees, mandating against the sale and use of non-native and invasive plant species. This is a critical component of low-impact development. Who knew that the dream of American home ownership with big green lawns, big green treeless lawns, would end up destroying our beloved Florida waterways? We must work together to change the picture of what paradise in Florida looks like for our children, grandchildren, and future generations. The mission of the Florida Native Plant Society is to promote the preservation, conservation, restoration of native plants and native plant communities. Our local chapter hosts an annual Landscaping with Florida tour in October, highlighting homes and public spaces so residents and tourists can see different landscape designs using Florida natives. This will be our 14th year holding this event with attendance of over 400 people. We also support various events and festivals in and around Brevard County to promote the planting of native plants in Florida landscapes. Some of our members serve on the sustainability boards of local governments. The use of native plants reduces the need for irrigation, fertilizer, and harmful chemicals that work their way into the Indian River Lagoon. The planting of native plants and trees increases biodiversity that helps support native pollinators, butterflies, birds, and wildlife. These pollinator insects and birds are critical to supporting agriculture and our food system. Our organization asks that the state legislature move quickly to pass legislation to protect our land and water for the residents and tourists of Florida. Contra Dita also supports the Indian River Lagoon Coalition to install advanced treatment on-site septic systems for new installation to help reduce pollution. State funding would be an excellent way to protect the Indian River Lagoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you, Carl. Any questions of Carl? No? Okay, next up we have Mary Ann Sterling from the Grandparents Raising Grandchildren. How did that happen?
Well, I want to give you some facts to start off
Seems to be a
with,
growing
okay?
group of you.
Yes.
Yes.
We have been around for 28 years. There are 85 schools in Brevard County, and 1 of every 45 children in the schools are being raised by a grandparent or relative. We save Florida, Brevard County, millions of dollars by keeping them out of the foster system. But our problem here today is not for money, although if you want to give us some, we won't give it back. It's to Florida, their grandparents have no rights in the state of Florida, okay? And when we go to court, we are not even allowed to get up and say anything. And that really, DCF has a program called Shelter Hearing, where they go to give us the children, and we do everything that a parent would do. Yet when we need to get them in school or we need to get them to a doctor, they go back to this dysfunctional parent to get permission. That doesn't make sense to me. But what we're asking for are rights for grandparents in the state of Florida, and we're hoping that maybe you can help us with that because we've got 1,600 members. We have the largest support group in the state of Florida, and I think that our grandparents are doing a marvelous job. For instance, a lot of grandchildren we get hadn't been to school for a year, so we implemented a program that if they got an AB honor roll, we'd give them a $25 gift card. Okay, and now there's something called an IEP. That's an individual education plan. If they bring a D up to a C, we give them that. The services we offer are legal, because in case you don't know it, to adopt a program, if you don't go through DCF and they close the case, it's $5,000 to $10,000. Most of our grandparents don't have that fund. So we try to help them with legal assistance. We gave 300 kids Christmas. We have 6 support groups. A lot of our grandparents don't use the computer, so we have a girl that helps them with something called Access Florida. But we just need to have Florida to have grandparents' rights. And right now, we need your help in making that happen. If you could give us that assistance, we would really appreciate it.
Any questions? Mary Ann, I've known you for a long time. You
Yes,
are
you
a
have.
hero. You're a rock star.
Oh, thank
You're a
you.
blessing. And I will personally commit to do as much as we possibly can. And I had the fortune the last 2 years to chair the Children and Families Committee, and I've spent a lot of time talking with staff and working on what we can do to help you more. And it's a very difficult issue because our courts have a bias toward biological parents. It's part of common law. It's part of federal law. There's some strings attached for federal law. But we live in a different world now. And sadly, we have parents that are drug addicts in jail, and we have a whole generation of kids that are being raised by grandparents. And we've got to change a little bit the way that we think and help you.
If I can just say this one other thing, I appreciate DCF, but their goal is to reunite the family.
Mm-hmm.
Our goal is to put the child first.
Right.
I
Very
raised
good.
my grandson, okay? So thank you very much for any help that you can give us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Cynthia Dokes, Elevate Brevard.
Good evening and Happy New Year. Thank you so much, Chairman and Delegation, for having me here this evening. I'm here to tell you about a new initiative here in Brevard, and that's Elevate Brevard. Elevate Brevard is not an it, we're a we. We're a collaboration of community partners working together to elevate the lives of residents by increasing their access to post-secondary educational opportunities and sustainable employment. The primary objective of Elevate Brevard is to increase post-secondary education rates for county residents, aligning with the state goal of 60% of the population holding an industry-certified credential by 2030. Right now, Brevard's at 45%, and we're working really hard to get to that 60%. So how are we gonna do that? We're gonna increase the career and technical rates, as spoken before. We're gonna increase the FAFSA completion rates. FAFSA is the federal student aid. Right now, Florida's 48 in the nation. Brevard County leaves $8 million on the table in Pell Grants, so we have to get those FAFSA completions up. We're gonna increase high school graduation rates. We're gonna increase post-secondary enrollment. And what's the return on investment for all of that? Well, increasing post-secondary education attainment to 60% will see an increase in earnings, an increase in tax revenue, and an increase in GDP, according to Tax Watch. You'll also increase that self-sufficiency of residents here in Brevard County. We'll close those skill gaps and we'll increase the regional economic development here. We're gonna be moving into the firehouse in Cocoa, 32922. If you're in Cocoa, you look at the water tower there on Peachtree and US 1. We've, Family Promise of Brevard has renovated the firehouse there. So we're gonna have wraparound services there in the community. About 3/4 of the building will be for housing insecurities. Elevate Brevard will have a classroom there so we can bring classes to the Cocoa community because transportation is an issue here in Brevard County. Instead of having students going to classes, we'll bring those classes to the residents there. So I invite all of you to come. It's gonna be an amazing building, the firehouse. And lastly, I'll go ahead and send Ashley our impact report, but I can show the numbers of how we're connecting residents to resources, people to programs, and investors to initiatives here in Brevard County. So if you remember 3 things about Elevate Brevard: elevate, educate, and employ. And together, we'll continue to elevate the residents here in Brevard County. Thank you so much for having me.
Question. Quick question. This is a wonderful concept program. What is your primary funding source now?
Just investors and
Wow.
writing grants right now. So we're part of the Florida College Access Network. We're the local college access network here, and that aligns with the governor's sale to 60.
Great. I'm glad you're here. We should do whatever we can do to help. This is right on target. So much what we need to do.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. Amanda Stevens and Sherry Gonzalez with the Children's Home Society of Florida House.
Good evening, members. My name is Amanda Stevens. I currently serve on the Children's Home Society of Florida Advisory Board here in Brevard County. These stellar women standing here with me are Sherry Gonzalez, Regional Director of Children's Home Society of Florida, and Debbie Lyons, Director at Endeavor Elementary. On behalf of all of us at CHS, we'd like to congratulate you on your successful campaigns, and we look forward to working with you. Last November, CHS celebrated 120 years of service to our state through our work in prioritizing children and building bridges for their success. We look forward to be recognized by the Florida Cabinet next week, and it's an honor to be here with you today. We're excited to share with you the news on our community partnership school model. Last month, 7 new community partnership schools were announced throughout Florida. This brings the total today to 36 community partnership schools throughout the state, including one here in Delaware Elementary in Brevard. This model pulls together 4 core partners: the local school district, a nonprofit like CHS, a healthcare partner, and a local college or university. Our local partners here, just for fun, are Eastern Florida State College, the City of Cocoa, University of Central Florida, Brevard Public Schools, and of course, Children's Home Society of Florida. These partners come together to make a long 25-year commitment and investment in students and their families. We know for many of our students, schools need to become more than just a place for learning, but a hub that serves as a resource to students, their families, and communities for expanded learning, addressing the need to access health care, including mental health services. We're proud of impact we're having on students in these schools by removing barriers to their education. Positive impacts include higher test scores, less disciplinary referrals, higher teacher retention, more parent engagement, and so much more. We are requesting the legislature to increase funding to total $11 million to continue to implement the model here in Brevard, and also expand the model to impact more students, their families, and communities. And we ask for your continued support. Thank you so much for your time, your enthusiasm to serve our state, and your consideration of our priority. We look forward to the 2023 session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Wright.
Thank you very much, Chairman. $11 million for Brevard or for the state?
The state.
State, okay. I'd like to make a comment. Endeavor is an amazing place. I wish we could have all of our schools like Endeavor. I think
So
the
do we.
community becomes involved with that model that you do. And every time I visited your school, I walk away thinking, wow, this is what we should be doing. Yeah. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sarah Sloan with the Brevard Homeless Coalition.
Thank you so much for your time tonight. I'm Sarah Sloan. I'm the Senior Operations Manager for the Brevard Homeless Coalition. We're the lead agency for the Brevard County Continuum of Care. Gosh, lots of talk about affordable housing tonight. So this feels timely and relevant, and I'm quite humbled and honored to be here to present to you. So thank you for the opportunity. I'm here to talk about our 2023 legislative priorities, and ask that you support those legislative priorities as well. I've provided a copy of those, so I think you have those in your packet, but if not, we are more than happy to send that to you. So our first priority is supporting DCF's legislative budget request to increase the Homeless Continuum of Care Staffing Grant. You might know that as the Homeless Housing Assistance Grants, from $3 million in the reoccurring general budget, general revenue, to approximately $5.2 million in reoccurring general. That's really important funds for our continuum of cares across the state. That's our operational budget, and it helps us deal with those ever-increasing costs that we face year after year so that we can staff up our continuum of care agency so that we can be the most effective we can be in helping our individual residents who are homeless. Our second legislative priority is to support DCF's legislative budget request to increase the Homeless Challenge Grant from approximately $3.8 million out of the reoccurring general revenue budget to approximately $15 million. So the Challenge Grant funding is really unique. The funding is actually very flexible. So typically when we receive federal funding, it comes with very strict guidelines, as it should. But the Homeless Challenge Grant really allows us to do any and everything we can to support our individuals and families who are homeless in any way that we can do that, whether they fit neatly into an eligibility requirement for a federal grant as well. So really important for us. Our third legislative priority is to support DCF's legislative budget request to reinstate funding for the Homeless Housing Assistance Grants. These provide $1.8 million out of the general reoccurring revenue budget, and we use that for rapid rehousing. So one of the ways that we would use this funding would be to eliminate barriers. We're a low barrier continuum of care. That means we try to remove any barriers, any access to affordable housing in any way that we can do that. And so this homeless housing assistant grant helps us to do that. Again, we ask that you support those legislative priorities as well. We're here to talk. If you have any questions, please feel welcome to ask. And we would love to invite you to hold one-on-one meetings either in person or virtually with us so we can talk a little bit more about our homeless population in Brevard County. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Representative Tremont.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for what you do. I serve on a homeless shelter in Volusia County, and my question for you, and based on my experience, the overwhelming majority of folks that struggle with homelessness is there's mental issues. There's a lot of need there. Do you have partnerships with any organizations here that address that assist you with getting the help that they need? And how does that work for you?
We do, and you're absolutely correct. So mental and behavioral health issues are a significant issue for many individuals who experience homelessness. So we, homeless individuals and families that are within our continuum of care and access our services are typically assigned a case manager, and that case manager helps to connect that person to the resources that they might need. So we have strong relationships with Central Florida Care's health system. That's one of 11 managing entities for the state of Florida that we're able to, to utilize for mental health services. We participate in behavioral health task force through the Space Coast Health Foundation. That's another avenue. Certainly Brevard Health Alliance is a partner. Circles of Care, we have many partners. We realize that mental and behavioral health is a significant issue that we need to address.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We know we have a real challenge ahead of us, and thank you for what you do. Next speaker is Teresa Grimison, Community Foundation for Brevard.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the delegation. I'm Teresa Grimison. I'm president and CEO of the Community Foundation for Brevard. We work to unite philanthropists, we connect changemakers across sectors, and invest in impactful solutions to help build a community where everyone else has the chance to thrive. Much of our work really takes shape in partnership and collaboration with nonprofit organizations throughout Brevard to improve lives, to strengthen our economy, and truly lighten the burdens of government, taxpayers, and society as a whole. As I'm sure you know, in Brevard, the nonprofit sector comprises about 2,500 organizations. It employs more than 16,000 people and generates more than $2.8 billion in annual revenue. I'm here this evening because we want to be of service and a resource to you as we all advance our collective goals, so much of what we've heard tonight around homes and housing, education and workforce development, about reaching and elevating vulnerable populations, among other key issues that are affecting Brevard. Additionally, I'm here to represent the Brevard Funders Alliance. This is a collaboration of our area's institutional funders, the Community Foundation for Brevard, the Space Coast Health Foundation, and United Way of Brevard. We work together to strengthen the community through research-informed action, advocacy, and philanthropy. Collectively, the three of us hold more than $100 million in charitable assets, and we leverage well over $12 million annually to improve the quality of life for our residents and build a vibrant, thriving community. So while each of the three institutional funders has a unique mission and a strategic approach, together we share a commitment to building a better Brevard along with you. We do this primarily through efforts around health and wellness, to include some of the topics we've just discussed and heard so much about this evening, education and opportunity, the same, as well as advocacy and capacity building for the sector. So again, thank you for all that you do. We stand as a resource for you and look forward to working with each of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions we have? Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
I'm fully aware of what you do for the nonprofits, and it's phenomenal. Dan Nye, Central Florida Cares Health System, Inc.
Good evening. We thank you for your continued commitment to the community. My name's Dan Nye. I'm with Central Florida Care's Health System, and we are the managing entity that serves the region that includes Brevard County. And CFCH manages mental health and substance abuse services within the region, and primary focus is on uninsured Floridians. First, we want to thank you, members of the 2022 legislative body, for the additional state level $126 million and your confidence in us as a managing entity to implement new programs, including the mobile response teams, medication-assisted treatment programs, residential services, and crisis assistance services across the region. These are all very much needed services within the community. For newly elected legislatures, we are anxious and willing to meet with you to discuss what we do and inform you of incoming legislation that's up in Tallahassee, particularly around mental health and substance abuse services, and particularly around the opioid response. Our priorities for this coming fiscal year include expanding services in the areas of care coordination, mobile response teams, medication-assisted treatment programs, in particular around the opioid response, and school-based services, just to name a few. Central Florida Care's Health System contracts with 37 agencies and providers around the region. Some of these include Circles of Care, Children's Home Society, who is here today, the Brevard Prevention Coalition, Brevard 211, other community partners including the county government, schools, hospitals, etc. And we're anxious to do this, provide more of these needed services within Brevard County. And in particular, I'd like to thank Representative Altman for steering the initiative this past year for the mobile response team in Brevard, in particular Melbourne, which has been very successful.
That's really good to know. That's
Okay.
a great program. Any questions that we have? I have one quick question. Why do you see the single greatest substance abuse issue facing Brevard?
Right now, the opioids.
The opioids still the opioids?
Yes. Legal. Both legal and illegal.
Senator Wright?
Sir, I just wanted to ask you, what area
Yeah.
do you cover, other than, you cover more than Brevard, I'm
Yeah,
sure.
in addition to Brevard, we service Orange County, Osceola County, and Seminole County.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great, thank you
All
so
right,
much.
thank you.
Appreciate it. Next speaker is Maya Han.
Thank you.
United for Healthcare Workers, Inc.
Yes. I am Maya Han, Director of United for Healthcare Workers. We are a national organization representing tens of thousands of healthcare workers that want to maintain their medical freedoms. We also represent all citizens that are less vaccinated and want to see protection laws against discrimination for vaccine status, both public and private entities. My husband and I are both healthcare providers who had to move our practices and our organizations to Florida because this state seems to be the only place on earth where leadership is willing to speak the truth and protect individual rights when it comes to public health strategies and practices. It was a huge sacrifice and not easy for our family to make, but we did it because we have children that are vaccine injured. And I will sacrifice anything to give them a safe haven where they can grow up and prosper and maybe live the American dream. My son, who has a genius IQ, is 16. He wanted to be a radiologist. And his father and I had to discourage him from a career in medicine because it's impossible for him to do so with the current vaccination requirements. All around the world, and even here in the United States, we have seen repeated and significant discrimination towards the less vaccinated in all sectors of our society. Americans have been repeatedly exposed to propaganda to provoke fear, hatred, and marginalize, demonize, and deprive the less vaccinated. We should have equal protections under the law. Education, careers, jobs, commerce, healthcare. Did you know that some hospitals and doctors' offices are refusing services to people that are less vaccinated? I have a family friend who has a child that cannot get a kidney donation because they are not vaccinated. We need privacy laws. Our medical choices should be confidential and never require to show our papers. Yes. We need anti-discrimination laws. We are a targeted class and our rights are being usurped. And we need better regulations on healthcare practices and public health policies, such as blood donation. Please require Florida blood banks to screen the spike protein of COVID-19. A study that was just published last week from the American Heart Association in Circulation found billions of spike proteins still circulating in the blood 20 days post-mRNA vaccination. The spike numbers for the kids that got myocarditis post-vaccination are over 500 billion circulating in their bloodstream. The spike protein is toxic in every system in the body, including the cardiovascular system, and so should never be a contaminant in our blood supply. 2, we need to develop independent Florida VAERS system, which is the Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System. It needs to be mandatory or automatically reported. 3, please require vaccine administration certification. Anyone who administers vaccines needs to be trained with annual continuing education showing they are competent in understanding how these vaccines work, what's in them, as well as all and any potential side effects and counterindications. And we need better requirements for true informed consent, and it starts with educating those administering these shots. And finally, please protect cash as a legal tender. Please require that all businesses and business transactions here in the state of Florida accept cash as legal tender. Now that we have seen governments freeze assets and digital banking in other countries, to the less vaccinated, we must protect our rights to house our own money and to use our own paper currency in the state of Florida.
Thank you.
Please make Florida an impenetrable fortress, as if it's the last place on earth where we can prosper and have good health care, and where healthcare workers can practice their healing arts without coercion, and where protecting human rights and freedom for all people is allowed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Very passionate. Amanda Walker, Alzheimer's Association.
Distinguished members of the Brevard Legislative Delegation, I appreciate the opportunity to address you this evening. My name is Amanda Walker. I am one of the many faces of Alzheimer's here in Florida as a senior healthcare provider and advocate. Our state resides at the epicenter of this crisis with the second highest prevalence in the country. Just over 580,000 Floridians are living with Alzheimer's disease, including an estimated 18,748 here in Brevard County. Alzheimer's remains the only top 10 leading cause of death for our nation without prevention, viable treatments, or cure. I know many of you have been touched by the realities of Alzheimer's and dementia, and you realize all too well that there are no good outcomes for people with this disease yet. And to that end, the Alzheimer's Association will continue to advocate for resources and care for those individuals, families, and caregivers impacted by this disease. With your support, we remain relentlessly optimistic as we propose our 2023 legislative priorities. First, we seek to establish baseline dementia training standards for staff in all long-term care providers. Direct care workers are the single most important determinant of quality dementia care. These providers help shape the daily lives of individuals with dementia by assisting in all aspects of their physical care. We will work in partnership with the long-term care community, knowing that additional training helps facilities with staff retention, morale, family satisfaction, and confidence. Second, we know we must do better in educating our community about the early warning signs of Alzheimer's and the importance of brain health. A significant amount of people are not discussing health. That is why we are advocating for legislation that will require the Department of Health to create a public health awareness campaign that utilizes multiple different media platforms and focuses on those from underserved communities. Finally, we ask the legislature to continue supporting the funding of programs that have a proven track record in research, care, and services for those in need. This includes the Brain Bus, the Ed and Ethel Moore Alzheimer's Disease Research Program, as well as respite through the Alzheimer's Disease Initiative and community care for the elderly through the Department of Elder Affairs. On behalf of the Alzheimer's Association and the over 500,000 Floridians living with this disease, their families, and their caregivers, thank you for the opportunity here tonight, and we'll see each of you in Tallahassee February 7th and 8th for our annual Advocacy Days. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Looking forward to seeing you in Tallahassee. Vanessa Venacombe? Vanessa Venacombe, she here? Okay. Donna Weaver. Vanessa was with Bridges BTC, Inc. Don Weaver, Brevard Veterans Memorial Center and Council.
Thank you all very much. I want to give you two thank yous tonight. Well, actually, one thank you tonight, and I'm going to withhold one. The thank you is, I'm not sure if you realize this, but a couple of you and all the people in your seats before appropriated $1.5 million in 2015 to build the Veterans Memorial Center Museum, Military Museum. That is a highlight in Brevard County, and we get a lot of people there. It also started a wonderful snowball, if I can say that, in Florida, where we got over $6.5 million from the county, from tourist development, from other organizations, even $600,000 from the local community to outfit that museum and to build on an 82-acre park. So the Veterans Memorial Center, which we all know is the best in Florida, and we appreciate being veterans here. I want you to look behind me. You won't see them, but there are 72,000 veterans that I represent as chairman of the Veterans Council that live in Brevard County. There are 500 members of the Veterans Memorial Center, but much more than that. There's that toga guy that came earlier from the county commission. He's with us. There's all the people on the tourist development, all the people that are in county parks and rec, the people that are out there doing it. There are 5 churches that donate to the Veterans Memorial Center and 12 or 13 major businesses and corporations. So we're a team effort. Sometimes, coming to the state, I never thought I would have to do this again and ask you. But we need now an additional appropriation, and we have submitted the attestation and thanks to your staffs and the county people over the holidays, the House and the Senate application for $1 million to complete the 82-acre park upgrade to include a $2.5 million amphitheater. The reason we had to come back to you is 2019 budgeting was a different figure, so the inflation of construction and everything has really taken a huge bite, as we've heard a couple of times earlier. We also have building of restrooms and additional facilities to have food service and electricity, security, lighting, irrigation, all the things that we're trying to do at that beautiful Veterans Memorial Park. So we hope you'll consider that so that I can have the second thank you, which is to come a year from now and say, thank you. Again, I really do believe that you helped us to create a very neat program. The county won't like me to say this, but I will. If the state can do it, the county can do it. So the county came in after you and really has come through. And we appreciate it. There is no better place in this country to be a veteran than in Brevard County, Florida, period.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for what you do. I agree with you that Veteran Center is one of the best of the best. Thank you for you and your family's sacrifice, too.
Thank you very much. I also want to remind people, history, remember the check from your dad?
Yes.
Anybody can come to our building and see his name on it from 1988.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of history. Thank you all.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Lindsay Swindle, Christian Care Ministry, MediShare.
Good evening. Good evening, Chair, Senator, Representatives. My name is Lindsay Swindle. I'm the Director of Government Affairs at Christian Care Ministry. We are headquartered here in Melbourne, Florida, and we were just so excited to come tonight to share that this year we will be celebrating our 30th anniversary here in the community. We have about a little over 500 employees that are based here in Melbourne. So they live, work in this county. We volunteer in this county. We're involved in the local community chambers. So we just are so excited to celebrate this year. Now, a little bit about what we do. Some of you may know Christian Care Ministry as a nonprofit. We administer a program called MediShare, and that is a healthcare sharing program that our members are able to share in each other's unplanned medical expenses. So while we are not insurance, our members are out there praying for one another, sharing, and as you see in your flyer there, be it maternity cost, cancer, heart disease, you name it, our members are there encouraging one another. And some of the 3 points that I really wanted to highlight today is, again, our 30th anniversary, but also we went through what's called an accreditation process. There was an independent healthcare sharing board that was established. They had been working on it for many years. And so since we're healthcare sharing and we're not really regulated by anybody, and especially as a nonprofit, we have been working with other ministries out there to set up a standard. So you as our legislators, different regulators in the insurance sphere can have some confidence that we went through with our finances, how we're structured, our bylaws and everything. So when members are a part, they know they're part of a reputable healthcare sharing organization. The last thing I want to talk about is our Project KEEP. Last year we launched a prayer initiative. It stands for Keeping Elected Officials Encouraged Through Prayer. And so for the past year, our members, so we have here in Florida on your list, I think it says we have 28,000 members here in Florida, and we have a total of 360,000 members across the United States. And they've been praying daily, and I put out a monthly prayer calendar for our members. We've had the opportunity to meet with some legislators, interview them, hear their prayer requests, what they're doing in the community. So I may be knocking on your doors if you have some time for a quick meeting. But that is something that's in our heart to make sure that we're encouraging you all. And just thank you for your service to this community. And we hope to see you out there at some of our celebrations this year. Thank you.
Lindsay, I have a quick question. You were the largest MediShare program, which is individuals sharing the cost of health care. But you were the largest in the country. Are we still, here in Brevard County, the largest? Has that changed? Do you know?
I don't know but I know we definitely are the top one out there. So some of the other ministries are a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
We're more robust in the sense of our technology that we have. We can kind of help our members digitally share in each other's cost and work directly with our providers. So I know that that's definitely something a lot of people care about.
Yeah, it's amazing organization. I
Thank
know
you.
I've been able to do legislation with the support of Representative Fine to help you guys, and appreciate what you do, what you mean to our community and to the nation.
Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you very much. You did a great job.
So Melissa Lazita, I don't think she's here. Is she not? We have Laura Moheski.
Laura Moheski. Thank
Yeah,
you. Thank you.
Moheski.
Melissa Mazeda and I work together as support coordinators. I'm Laura Moheski, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak this evening. I'm a support coordinator. I've been a support coordinator for 22 years under the iBudget waiver, which is operated by the Agency with Persons with Disabilities. I'm also the chair of the State Association for Support Coordination, SCAF, and we oversee and help agencies around the state. And there's 169 what we call qualified organizations that provide support coordination. And let me just say here in Brevard County, support coordination definitely represents, and there are a lot of individuals with disabilities that we serve. So I want to also thank you all because I've been in some of your offices throughout the years, and you have always been very supportive in terms of individuals with disabilities, so thank you for that. But I'm here because right now support coordination is in what we call a crisis, like never before. The current working rates of support coordination is the same as it was in 1994. That means what coordinators were making in 1994 is the exact same as what they're making today. We have seen in the last 29 years a 92% increase in the cost of living, not only to include that, but the ongoing changes of the job of support coordination. The role has changed, the responsibilities and the duties have changed. At this time in the Med Waiver Handbook, the role of support coordination is 30 pages, but yet the rate of what we are paid is the same as what we were paid in 1994. In 2021, Senate Bill 82 was passed, and that bill made a lot of changes to the Medicaid waiver. It also made a lot of changes to support coordination and how support coordination was to change and operate. Support coordinators around the state made the changes that were expected out of us based on Senate Bill 82. And the only thing that was not provided in that Senate bill was the financial support to make qualified organizations operate the way they needed to be. Support coordinators struggle. We struggle to be able to hire people to do this job, and we struggle to be able to retain people to do this job. It is a qualified service where people work on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Support coordinators are expected to do almost the impossible. We are the only service in the waiver that you have to have. We are responsible for the health and safety of the most vulnerable population in the state of Florida, but yet we are paid the rate of 1994. We can't move forward. People on the wait list, there are no support coordinators to take those folks. Support coordinators are getting older and are retiring, and new coordinators are coming in, are not staying with this job. When you have 30 pages of responsibilities and we tell them what they're going to be paid and that they're on call 24 hours a day, I'm going to go do something else. So this year, during this session, we're going to be in your offices. We're going to be at Senate committee meetings. We're going to be at House meetings, appropriation meetings, and we're going to be talking about the importance of the Service of Support Coordination. Last year, APD received their largest budget ever, and we were very supportive of that. We took that year off and we said, although we needed a rate increase, we realized that personal supports, care workers, respite workers, and companion workers weren't even making $15 an hour, and we had people who truly, truly were in a crisis. So we stepped back and we supported the other providers and said, we have to increase the rates for our direct care workers. But this year, I'm telling you, you have to support the rates for support coordinators, or else the people who provide the service, the ones who are on the phone at 10 o'clock at night when a family's in a crisis, when a mother of 82 years old calls me up, or the police officer calls me and says, I have a woman here who has fallen and we're taking her to a hospital, but I think her son has autism and there's nobody here. Guess who comes out? Guess who's responsible? The support coordinator. Please, 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 when you're sitting in meetings at Revolver at APD and the budget, think about support coordination.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Did you have a question, Trey?
I did. I just wanted to. Do you interact with the group homes here in the area as well?
We do. The responsibility of the support coordinator for people in the group homes is that we see them every single month. We check their finances, we check their health, we check their safety. We go, we talk with the direct care staff. They're seen every single month. So yeah, we do. We're in the group homes every month.
Okay. I'd certainly like my my aide to connect with you as well. I'd like to be involved, and you're right when we say that these are the most vulnerable of our community, and they deserve better treatment. My wife and I are full-time caretakers of her sister, because frankly, we've discovered that the group homes are kind of inhumane these days.
Well, that's why we're always in them. We're always in them, and we're the first ones to point out an issue. We're the first ones to also be the eyes and ears for families. Not all of our consumers are able to speak. So we're always looking. We're looking at their health. We're looking at their weight. We're looking at how they look, what they wear, where they live. I look to make sure they have toothpaste in their bathroom. It sounds like something very trivial, but guess what? Those are the things that we do. Brevard County has been very fortunate. We have some wonderful group homes, but we have some that we have to keep a closer eye on than others.
Sure.
So what I want to say is every single one of you serve individuals on our waiver. You also serve individuals who are on that wait list. But and what we are seeing as clients are coming off that wait list, because they've been on it for years and years and years, the crisis is unbelievable. The needs are overwhelming. We are the stability and the lives of so many people. But it's a lot of work. It's a hard job. 1994 was when we established the rates for support coordination. 1994. Who wants a job where you're going to be making the same thing for 29 years? Thank you. I'll give you my card. You're more than welcome to call me. Any one of you who have a problem or a client that comes in who needs services or on the wait list, I'm more than happy to meet with them and to talk to them about options that they have.
Thank you. Can you, as well as Representative Tremont's aide, give my assistant, Ashley Holton, your card as well. I'd like to talk to you.
I will, and we'll see you guys in Tallahassee.
Great. Anthony Calusi, Brevard Federation of Teachers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and delegation members. My name is Anthony Calusi, and I'm the president of the Brevard Federation of Teachers, which represents nearly 5,000 educators. I've known some of you for quite some time now, and now you realize that our union is a diverse group of educators who work together because they care deeply about students and our profession. I recently heard some comments made at Governor DeSantis' school board retreat. The school board members were told not to listen to board attorneys, CFOs, or not to be trusted, to stop pre-board meetings, challenge staff, and that publishers are terrible. Well, I'm happy to know that others are seeing the light as well. Frankly, these are the reasons why teachers have a union. So when you head back to Tallahassee and hear the usual accusations leveled against us, I ask that you remember teachers and their unions often have the same goals as you. With that said, I want to thank you for continuing to invest in educator and staff salaries. With the investments you made last year, we are on our way to moving Florida educator salaries out of the bottom 5 in the nation. During the 23 legislative session, we ask that you support Governor DeSantis' effort to provide the biggest pay increase to retain teachers. We ask that you provide flexibility for districts to make salary increases achievable for all employees so they can recruit and retain high-performing employees. As you know, Florida has faced a severe teacher shortage in recent years. Earlier this week, I counted 124 instructional vacancies in our district. In addition to pay, some other ideas that might help with the shortage are creating a scholarship program for college and university students who are enrolled in teacher education programs, waiving fees for background checks, certification renewals, and certification test fees, as well as to remove the waiting period for retired educators to return to the classroom. Another issue that is of great concern to our teachers and staff right now is student discipline. Issues with student behavior and how they're addressed or not addressed are hurting our recruitment and retention efforts in Brevard. Representatives of all our employee groups in Brevard Public Schools are working with Board Chair Susan and Sheriff Ivey to push the district for changes. With that said, we ask that you ensure that districts are held accountable for enforcement of the state's zero tolerance policy for crime and victimization, which enables districts to remove students who put their hands on teachers and staff from public schools. We look forward to working with you to ensure our students have the world-class public education they deserve. I thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions? Any? Certainly appreciate what you do in your membership and looking forward to working with you throughout the next
Thank you.
session. Thank you. Roger Castleback, Space Coast Communities Association.
Thank you, Delegation Chair. My name is Roger Kesselback. I'm the president of Space Coast Community Association. Most people know it as SCCA. A lot of you know me a long time. I don't usually speak at these things. All right, this is important. We're dedicated to protecting the high quality of life and the affordable cost of living that leads so many people to come to our beautiful state of Florida. However, we have two pillars in Florida living. One is the cost of living, and the other is quality of life, that are under great stress these days due to factors that are either complicated and somewhat beyond your control, or very simple and well within your control. The availability of property insurance is a very complicated issue, not something that you can or you will be able to resolve overnight. Thank you for your efforts in the recent special session to address that issue. We hope to see some relief for our homeowners who simply cannot afford the unsustainable high rates for the property insurance, if they can get insurance at all. However, I'd like you to focus on two known cases of cost increases to our homeowners. Space Coast represents over 20,000 residential units just in Brevard County. And the homeowners that will be well within your control to handle this stuff during the 2023 legislative session. One is the Surfside Law. The first cost increase we are already seeing across the state is the implementation of the recent Surfside legislation. For example, the 2022 Surfside Law now forces condo owners to pay for building maintenance under newly mandated, costly, one-size-fits-all reserve studies and funding methods that will require higher than necessary assessments due to the highly perceptive way in which the new law was written. We hope you will pass legislation, incorporate the recommendations of our industry to clean up much of what with well-intended new law so that condo owners are not priced out of their homes. The second issue I have regards the estoppel certificates. The cost increase is entirely avoidable. Thankfully, this is not taking place yet, and I hope it doesn't. Nevertheless, it is a threat that we are asking you to be aware of and oppose any effort to eliminate the statutory right of our communities to receive costs for the preparation and delivery of an estoppel certificate. Eliminating our long-standing legal right to be paid for services rendered would result in passing on these costs in the form of higher assessments on already struggling homeowners. The estoppel fee should only ever be paid by those who order this service and therefore legally owe and must pay for this service. The title agent and the client or the seller, although no legislation has been filed yet, we believe that there will be some coming in this particular session. And we strongly recommend that you oppose it.
Thank you, Roger, and it's significant to note that probably could have put you under the municipal government. You represent 20,000.
20,000 units just in Brevard during the sessions and everything. I have advocacy groups all over the state now. So
I think we're about to see a homeowner insurance tsunami. I'm very worried about the indicators and the times.
I mean, I'm with brokers, underwriters, and everybody all the time. And I mean, when an agent turns around and tells me 30 days before it's renewed, because they can't give you the information, they used to give it to us 120 days in advance. So he turns around and he tells me, he says, well, Roger, don't worry, it's going to be 18% increase. I says, good. I budgeted for 25 because I don't trust nobody.
Yeah.
All right? He
hearing-
calls me up. He says to me, I hate to tell you, he says the increase is 47%.
Yes, yeah, exactly. It's really beginning to hit us.
Okay? And I mean, I have associations that are literally paying 100% increases in their insurance. And we'll never use it. That's the bad part about it.
Looking forward to working with you this session. It's going to
Okay.
be challenging.
Appreciate it.
Any questions? Thank you. Jay Stanton, Space Coast Condominium Association.
Thank you. I'm August Stanton, also known as Jay Stanton.
Okay.
I am also with the Space Coast Community Association, and having heard what Roger just said, I'm not going to take your time or all these people's time being redundant. So what I do want to say, though, is I want to thank you for your service and the amazing patience, grace, and inviting demeanor all of you have shown all of us tonight. We have come and gone from the room. You've sat there and been amazing representatives, and we're proud to have you. I will just add that I do encourage you to vote against any bill that would take the right to charge a fee for an estoppel letter away from the association. Let them handle that through their own voting mechanism, owner voting mechanisms, and better than respond to the new lending requests we're getting for information that goes way beyond what the statute requires. We can better help owners get financing if we can better serve these additional requests coming in from lenders. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you. Thank you. Jackie Grant, Space Coast Condominium Association. Not here. Jackie's not here. Thank you so much. We're really looking forward to working with you guys. Bill Williams, A Cut Above Video Productions, Inc. Bill Williams here. Jamie Eagle, the Wright Eagle. Engel.
Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate you guys. My name is Jamie Engel. I'm a resident of Brevard County, and I'm a screenwriter, novelist, and producer. After nearly a decade as an indie novelist with 11 published books, I switched gears into screenwriting in 2021. My first feature, a rom-com titled Just Jake, was sold and produced this past year, with distribution secured through Up TV Faith and Family Network. Unfortunately, the film could not be filmed in Florida. This was not my decision. Florida does not have a film program, so the financial decision was made to film where there was better value for the budget. The production budget for the film was $750,000, and it employed 50 plus people. That money and those jobs went to Colorado instead of Florida. I understand that's not a lot of money or jobs, but my film is just one of more than 100 film and television projects that weren't able to come to Florida the last few years. All of those projects combined would have spent more than $1.5 billion in Florida, used more than 250,000 hotel room nights, and would have provided more than 125,000 cast and crew jobs for Floridians. Those are big numbers and a lot of jobs. Several of my other scripts are optioned with agreements. My current film in development has a $150 million budget, and my goal is to film future movies in Florida, including the rom-coms I'm writing based in Frostproof, Florida, and the Florida Keys. I want to film my movies in my home state. Unfortunately, oftentimes that decision is based on where the production can get the best value for their dollar. Brevard County has tremendous locations for filming. Every film that has come here in the past or will come here in the future will spend money in our community, hire our residents, and show off our beautiful county to potential visitors. In addition to the direct jobs, the industry supports indirect jobs and wages for thousands of small businesses, like caterers, dry cleaners, hotels, restaurants, florists, hardwares, etc. Those jobs were filled in Colorado on my movie, where a coffee shop and hardware store received buzz and national attention. I ask that you support Florida's production industry and support legislation that is soon to be filed by Senator Joe Gruters and Representative Dana Trabolsi for the 2023 legislative session. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? You got a question? Okay.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I support what you're doing, and we are trying to continue to support what you're doing, and we've had legislation proposed where we negotiate with the filmmakers, and upon completion of the project, they get certain dollar amounts. And somehow it didn't fly, so I'm going to be supporting Joe Gruters this year and working on this. There's a lot of opportunities that we're missing, that when you look at the dollars and cents, we will be far ahead of
Thank
what
you,
we invest
Senator.
in. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, Chris? Thank you so much. So you're located here in Brevard?
Yes,
You're
I live in
fan-
Satellite Beach. Go Scorps.
Great. We're lucky to have a good movie person here. That's exciting. Thank you. Stefan Hartman, Iron Direct Primary Care.
Hi, thanks for having me. You guys are great. This is a great county to live in. I'm a PA. I've been working on the front lines treating COVID since the start of the pandemic, and learned a couple things along the way. When I called the CDC, I saw the first 6 patients of COVID in Florida. I called the CDC. I said, hey, what can we do for these people? They got nothing from me. Absolutely nothing. No treatment. They said, send them home with Tylenol, send them to the hospital if they need a vent. That's pretty much all I had. So I developed a protocol to treat patients very early on. Right? It was a multi-drug protocol, nutraceutical protocol, and I had very good success with this. I've treated thousands of patients. However, this is labeled as misinformation by YouTube and Instagram, but that's another story. So I have a couple topics I want to address to you guys that I want you guys to bring to the legislature and vote on. These all are about medical freedom and basically removing barriers to practice of medicine. So, one, I want you to expand right to try therapeutics and protect these rights. So this is right to try. This is right to try off-label medications and non-FDA approved nutraceuticals, because the FDA's word means absolutely nothing to me. Protect peptides. Peptides are amino acids that cannot be patented because they are naturally found in the human body. The FDA doesn't like these because you can't make profit off of them, right? Protect all of these to be used on patients both in the hospital and in the outpatient setting, right? Florida has pretty good rules, unlike other states, about this, but you need to encourage protection for these rights. 2, psychiatry and chronic pain. We talked about the opioid epidemic here, right? We can help patients by legalizing medical marijuana, which we have done, but for recreational use as well, and also psychedelics. Psychedelics have real value. And in the future, we will see them being used for the homeless problem, all sorts of problems. We need to make this legalized so that us practitioners can start using it in Florida and trying it on patients. Topic 2 is expanding body autonomy for patients and removing medical tyranny and reducing healthcare time waste. Ban return-to-work school notes and pathogen testing. Why are we demanding children get a pathogen testing for a virus that does not cause illness in children, right? It's silly. It wastes healthcare dollars, wastes our time. You should also ban medical buildings from preventing patients or family visitors to stay by a patient's side. This happened during the pandemic. It should never have happened, ever. You should disband any and all vaccine requirements or mask wearing requirements for employees of any setting, especially medical. You should disband these also for children as well. Why are we demanding this for preschool children and university children of all ages, right? And of course, you shouldn't discriminate based on vaccine status, which Maja pointed out for us here. On topic 3, I want to point out health and nutrition. I study these things extensively, and you need to, it's going to sound funny, decriminalize raw milk. And I have a whole lecture on this if you want to hear about it. If you want to put labels on something, you should put it on seed oils. All right. I'll end my time here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any questions? No. Tony Ray, Florida Death with Dignity.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. I'm Tony Ray, founder of Florida Death with Dignity. I'm here to speak about medical aid in dying and why it is so important. Specifically, an individual with an illness, a terminal illness with less than 6 months to live, individuals who would love to continue to live, but because they have a terrible disease, they're losing the battle for their life. A member of our family at the age of 96, already enrolled in hospice because of a heart condition, suffered a significant injury when she fell. At her advanced age and with a terminal heart condition, operation was not an option. For the next 3 weeks, she suffered horribly with pain that morphine could not stop, but did cause terrific and horrific hallucinations. Eventually, she passed from dehydration, but not before suffering well beyond what any individual should suffer at the end of their life. Our family and our organization appreciates the dedication of hospice and hospice workers, but there are times when hospice cannot stop the pain that a patient has. I have heard from many hospice workers, many who are volunteers in our organization, that they have witnessed deaths that they wish that they could forget. So what purpose does this needless suffering and pain accomplish? Where is the compassion in our society that requires that someone who is terminal suffer until their final breath? Whether your beliefs and values would lead you to choose medical aid in dying, why would you deny someone who is terminal the individual right to act upon their own beliefs and values? The goal of our proposed Florida End-of-Life Options Act is to give people with a terminal illness the right to decide for themselves how to die in a peaceful and dignified manner. There are 10 states covering 23% of the American population that have existing aid in dying laws. These laws have strict requirements and safeguards to ensure that this is the personal decision of that individual. The requirements within the law include the individual for our state would be a Florida resident. The patient must have a terminal illness with a diagnosis of 6 months or less to live. 2 physicians must confirm that the individual is of sound mind and capable of making their own health care decisions. The patient must also be able to self-administer the medication without assistance. In a state that prides itself on being free to exercise your parental rights, free to operate your business as you wish, why isn't someone who is in the process of dying free to have the right to make their own decision how they die? If removing life support, which is decided not by the patient in the moment, but by the doctor and the patient's health care surrogate, is a legal option, why can't an individual with a terminal illness have the right to make their own decision about their death? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, Tony. Very, very well stated. Troy Darling, Convention of States.
All right, esteemed delegation, you guys have had some tough and frustrating questions tonight. There's a lot of things to work on in the state and in the country, but I want to take a moment. Sitting in the back of the room, I've heard people say things like, last best bastion of freedom about the state that you guys are participating and guiding. Best place in the country for vets about the county that you represent. I want to thank you personally. You guys have a great deal of affection from me and many of your constituents. And I'd remind you that it was your predecessors that established our federal government not so many years ago. When I look at the balance of power in our Constitution and across our history, it was men and women like you dealing with all of the many issues of their respective states at the time who took a break to spend the necessary time to appoint a delegation to create a new system of government to save a failing nation. Unfortunately, that construct that your predecessors put together has gone astray. I think we're approaching a time again in our nation when our state legislatures are being called to, forgive the colloquialism, but to jerk the chain of government, to reassert the consent of the governed, to reestablish a balance of power that was intended from the very beginning. Most here will be familiar with what the call for the Convention of States is, for the Article 5 Convention of States. And most will have had an opportunity to look at least at the sample resolutions that have been passed around, requesting a convention to address three major issues: imposing fiscal constraints, limiting the power and jurisdiction of the government, and establishing term limits. Now, the state of Florida, this, what was it? Last best bastion of freedom, I believe, was the term that was used. We signed on and we made our call for convention in 2014. From that point, we haven't done a whole lot. And when I look around our nation, I ask, who's the steady hand that I would ask to guide, to lead at any convention? Because when I look at the statistics of what states have passed and which ones are on the horizon, I think at this point, it's just a waiting game, because this is going to happen. It has to happen. I look at the legislatures of our country, and I can say, you know what? Florida is the steady hand valuing freedom and their citizens that I would like to see take a lead role in this convention. With that, I'd like to recommend, and you guys have already received a copy of this, and I know I'm already longer than I'd intended to be. I would ask that you spend the time to develop a system that will allow Florida to not merely attend a convention, but to lead a convention. We need thought leaders. We need people who have gone through the process and developed not only the process of selecting and sending their delegates, but what we want our delegates to discuss, what we want them to propose at the convention. With that, I'm going to go ahead and back off, because this is a longer speech than I was expecting. But again, I'd like to thank you. The state of Florida, under your leadership and Governor DeSantis' leadership, has truly lit a fire under the citizens of the United States. I personally thank you, and I stand by for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? We're looking forward to the day where we get to that point where we have a convention of states.
Thanks,
And thank you for your help.
I am in the process of scheduling meetings with each of you. I believe Representative Soroy, we're meeting on Friday. So.
Yep, thank you. Karen McCullough, Florida Freedom Keepers.
Thank you. I'm Karen McCullough, Brevard resident, home educator, former election integrity director of the RPOF, and here for the third delegation meeting as an ambassador for Florida Freedom Keepers. Our mission is to unite, educate, and empower people to advocate for medical and religious freedom. We focus on informed consent and the basic right to bodily autonomy, which must be preserved at the state level. We build community among those concerned with freedom and offer encouragement and connection for those who have suffered vaccine injury. Unfortunately, that is a large number of people. To be connected, people listening can go to flfreedomkeepers.org. We also support events that include many doctors who have been speaking out against the COVID narrative, such as those who were part of Senator Ron Johnson's roundtable in November 2021. We also partner with America's Frontline Doctors, the COVID Health Alliance, and many others. Vaccine injury is not rare, especially with these COVID shots. Cardiac issues have skyrocketed. Sudden adult death syndrome is a new concern. Miscarriages have drastically increased, and the rate of fetal stillbirth was previously less than 6 per 1,000 births. It's currently at 29.3 per 1,000 births. There were no long-term studies done on these mRNA injections, and the short-term study was terminated when they administered the product to the placebo group, eliminating any real scientific data to come. Pfizer attempted not to release their trial data for a period of 75 years. Thankfully, a judge ruled otherwise, and I will gladly provide this data to you. We support freedom of choice. If someone wants any vaccine, they should be able to get it with informed consent, but we need you to protect people to be able to say no to pharmaceutical intervention and mandates. While we are grateful for all Governor DeSantis has done to keep Floridians free from mandates, there's still more work to do. We are so glad that Dr. Latipo was reinstated as the state health officer. and very thankful for his knowledge of the censored treatments for COVID and his affiliation with America's Frontline Doctors. However, Florida Statute 381.00315 gives him the power to examine, test, treat, or quarantine, and that needs to be completely repealed or revised. No one person, appointed or elected, should hold that kind of authority. We also need medical choice and/or vaccination status to be protected under anti-discrimination language of Florida Statute 760, so that whether you are fully vaccinated, partially, or not at all, you are protected and have equal rights. Freedom Keepers has about 12,000 Floridians part of our organization. It was more before the censorship. And we partner with attorneys and 2 other health freedom groups in Florida in our grassroots efforts. There's medical freedom legislation I'm told will be submitted soon, and I will be sending it to your offices as soon as I receive the bill numbers. We ask that you all sponsor and co-sponsor bills that address anti-discrimination for all people, regardless of vaccination status, as well as individual rights in declared emergencies. We are here to partner with you to ensure that all in the free state of Florida have medical freedom protected. And as a home educator, we are not interested in being included in a voucher program or school choice program due to government regulation. National homeschool leaders oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Thank you. And next speaker, Richard Nink, Brevard Republican Executive Committee. Whoop, whoop, Diane Conaway, League of Women Voters.
Thank you, Thad. And thank you, Senator Wright. Excuse me. The League of Women Voters is a grassroots organization, and as such, we focus on the issues that our members care most about. Each year, our membership is polled to see which issues are most important. After tabulating each local league's submissions, the top 4 priorities are then studied. So I'd just like to share with you what those are this year. Top of the list is voting and election laws. We'd like to remove the voter suppression elements from Senate Bill 90, ensure that no further limitations are passed restricting returning citizens' right to vote, and seek to have the conversion of civil lien considered a completion of sentence for financial obligations. Education, that's our next one, is to support a curricular framework that has broad, common standards developed by educational experts that serves as a guide to local districts, including the historic mandates that teach about the Holocaust, anti-Semitism, and African American history. Our third priority is about reproductive and health justice. We would like to defend against the passage of any targeted regulation of abortion providers, laws singling out the medical practice of doctors who provide abortions and impose on them requirements that are different and more burdensome than those that are imposed on other medical practices. The last one is our environment, and we would like to support legislation focused on improving water quality, which I know we have talked a lot about tonight, and we will work with all the groups to make sure we can get those done, and support resiliency and adaptation to integrate climate change and sea level rise. We would like to thank all of you for your service, and I'd like to thank Thad for his support in the past. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Richard Nink, Brevard Republican Executive Committee. Richard?
I'm not Richard.
Election Integrity
I
Committee.
have Richard's handout for everyone. Richard had to leave for a medical emergency of his mother.
Oh.
So, good evening. I'm not Richard Nink, but he is the newly appointed chair of Brevard Republican Executive Committee, the Election Integrity Committee. And he and I would like to thank you for providing the Brevard County constituents time to address you in a public forum. I'll be speaking to one of the items that the BREC EIC would like you to consider, improving and incorporating by an amendment during your legislative session. I'll be addressing the need for a standalone 100% election ballot count audit system for all 67 counties, which would be similar to Brevard County's 100% election ballot count audit. This ongoing public distrust in election ballot counts across the country. Florida has an opportunity to be a gold standard. Current Florida statutes require a minimum manual automated audit. For the automated independent ballot audit, 20% or more of randomly selected precincts are audited. This is a good thing. In Brevard, our supervisor of election, Tim Bubanek, audits 100% of the ballots that come in. The 100% ballot recount audit significantly helps give this electorate confidence that our elections in Brevard are fair, accurate, and secure. On behalf of Brevard EIC, we request legislature to consider amending your Florida statutes to 100% races and precincts in all 67 counties. This would ensure that all 67 counties are done uniformly. It would be ready for the 2024 election cycle. The audit process has strong EIC support. The clear ballot system used in Brevard is a vendor that is not affiliated with the early vote by mail or other polling equipment. So it's a second system. The clear ballot system is already approved by the state legislature. Public can attend, ask questions, and see the audit results at our county voting post-election audit report. Per Tim Bubanek, easiest to manage 100%. It is easier to manage 100% rather than 20% of random precincts. The voting system audit procedures are captured in different, I'll let you look at that. And then over 30 counties are currently using clear ballot. This would obviously be an improvement and the public would have more trust. Thank you for your time, and especially since I never read this before tonight.
Thank you. You did really good. Did really good and kept it in. Dan Heim, Brevard Republican Brevard Republican Committee election. Integrity.
Chairman, may I provide my packet to you? By the way, that was my lovely wife. Thank you so much this evening for taking your time to speak to your constituents. We all very much appreciate what you do. First of all, just real quickly, off script, how many of you are involved in the election integrity at the state level? Election Integrity Committee. Chase, Tyler, Debbie, are you as well? I think you might be, yeah? Well, thank you. First of all, my name's Dan Heim. I've been a resident, my wife and I, here for 6 years. And we love this county. We love everything about it. I'm part of the Brevard Republican Executive Committee. I'm also on the Election Integrity Committee Council. Our team supports making it easy to vote, but we also insist upon integrity, transparency, and trust in our elections. I think we can agree that vote by mail has been a source of significant controversy. Tonight, I'm asking for two things that you can do to improve our vote by mail process. First, early voting and voting at the polls, an elector must provide a photo ID and their signature. There is no photo ID requirement when you submit a vote by mail ballot. This makes signature match the only method by which to verify a vote being legitimate. The reason that these votes require additional scrutiny. In the Florida 2022 elections, we had 67 different rules and procedures for signature matching. This resulted in confusion, frustration, suspicion, and even animosity in some of our counties. The state needs uniformity to achieve the kind of results we experienced right here in Brevard County, where our team reviewed 58% of all the vote by mail signatures. Our team was designated by local candidates to do signature matching for them.
We use the same training that the supervisors of election use for their staff. The supervisors set up workstations for us to compare the scanned vote by mail signatures that they had on file with the ones that came on the certificates. Any discrepancies we noted, the supervisor staff would either agree and then send that to the voter to cure their signature, or they disagree, and then that certificate was sent to the canvassing board for another set of eyes. I'm asking that you consider amending Senate Bill 524 to follow Brevard's lead. Details are in the handout I provided. Secondly, on February 1st this year, the State Department is required to submit to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House draft legislation for statutory changes needed to implement a plan for providing an ID when voting by mail. Do you know that there are 47 European countries, plus Canada, plus Mexico, that require a hard ID to cast any vote? Unfortunately, with vote by mail, we here in Florida do not. Unfortunately, that's not a good situation. I'm asking that you take the time to review this draft legislation and require vote by mail be consistent with the existing Florida Statute 101043. That is, the elector must present a current and valid picture ID with their signature when casting their vote by mail ballot. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Do you have any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. It's going to be very interesting to see this session if those issues come up. We'll be definitely looking for them.
Thank you.
Peter Anselmo?
That's correct. How are you?
Doing
Thank
good.
you for the opportunity to speak before you. I'm a member of BREC and also a member of the Election Integrity Committee of BREC. I want to thank you. Significant laws were passed, SB 90 in 2021 and SB 524 in 2022, improving many areas in our election laws, such that Florida finds itself among the states with the best election process. We laud our representatives for their outstanding work in this area. Tonight, BREC Election Integrity Committee hopes to suggest some other areas for possible improvement. Dan pointed out one area. I would like to bring your attention to Florida Statute 97.053, 5A, paragraph 2, regarding voter registration and legal residence. Paragraph 2 states, the applicant's address of legal residence, including a distinguishing apartment, suite, lot, room, or dormitory room number, or other identifier, if appropriate. So you want a real address. Clear enough, but this sentence is immediately followed by the following sentence. Failure to include a distinguishing apartment, suite, lot, room, or dormitory room number, or other identifier on a voter registration application does not impact, that's my emphasis, does not impact a voter's eligibility to register to vote or cast a ballot. And such an omission may not serve as the basis for a challenge to a voter's eligibility or reason not to count a ballot. Florida law should require all voters to provide an address of legal residence. This address must meet the delivery standards of the Postal Service and be a residence, not a post office box in Mailman Joe's store. Failure to provide distinguishing numbers or other inadequacies leads to failed deliveries and vote-by-mail ballots falling into the hands of harvesters. The registration process precedes adding a name to the voter rolls. Strict adherence to established standards at this juncture is critical to preventing the corruption of the voter rolls. We need to tighten standards and not be afraid to turn people away until they provide the necessary documentation. Our vote is being diluted and frittered away by lax administrative policies. We request the legislature amend Statute 97.0535A2 by deleting the second sentence. And we request at some point a follow-up meeting so that we can discuss further this important election integrity issue in more detail. And that applies to all of what we've spoken about. We would like to meet with you further. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Thank you. Pamela Castellana? Castellana? Thank you. And then next will be Daniel Wilson. Kind of encourage him to come down. We're running a little late, and that saves us a little bit of time.
Good
Okay,
evening.
Pamela.
I am here today, as you can see on the agenda. I hope the warm welcome continues. I am here today not just as the proud chair of Brevard Democrats, but as the mother of a Brevard public school teacher and the grandmother of Brevard public school students. I come as a successful small business owner for 26 years in Brevard County. I come as the wife of a defense contractor and as a Melbourne taxpayer. I am the product of lifelong Republican voters who taught me that Republicans stood for small local government and the value of the free market. On Halloween night, while my grandkids were distractedly sorting their candy, I casually asked if they ever think about active shooters on their campuses. They all immediately answered, every day, and went on to describe the plans they had individually made regarding the same. Our kids don't think about who is reading storybooks to them. They don't think about whether that person is a man, a woman dressed as a man, or a man dressed as a woman. What they do think about is someone, a crazy one-off, or even one of their own classmates, or as we recently heard, a 6-year-old classmate, coming to school with a gun. They think about that every day. In 2002, Floridians enthusiastically passed an amendment to our state constitution to require the legislature to restrict the number of students in classrooms and for the legislature to provide the funds to do so. In 2011, the state legislature, with yay votes from every single then Brevard lawmaker, including Thad Altman, Mike Herodopoulos, John Tobiah, Tom Goodson, Rich Workman, and Steve Crisafulli, twisted that amendment to lower the number of core classes from 894 to 304, exempting even AP classes, thus perverting the original language and goal of the amendment. The state legislature overruled citizens yet again with Amendment 4 in 2018, and again in 2021, when every one of you voted to overrule the free and fair election, except for our new legislators, a free and fair election of Key West voters whose result you didn't like with Senate Bill 1194. This is not the Republican Party that I was told of when growing up, where local matters were left to local elected officials and their voters decided if they approved or not in an election, where consumers voiced their pleasure or displeasure with their commerce rather than government intervention, as we continue to see with more and more preemptive bills from Tallahassee. Locally, we all witnessed as Randy Fine threatened 2 of his city council minions, demanding that they disinvite an equally elected official from participating
I'm not going to allow you to sit here and address individual members. That's not what this is about.
I'll
and
move on
attack
from
them
that.
For previous votes.
Thank
This
you.
is a productive, what can we do?
Okay.
Or what can we not do for the future?
What do you expect?
Without attacking it on that issue, I will say that when asked by a fellow state legislator why the legislature was creating obstacles for our public schools to access federal funding and making it harder for them to do the job of educating our kids in the middle of a global pandemic, he famously said, because we can.
I think you should
That's
cut her
it.
off
Your
for that
time is
reason
up.
as well.
Your time is
You can
up.
cut her off that because you
I'm
can.
asking you to return to Tallahassee.
We're done. We're done. We're done. Who's next?
Yeah. I think that was, yeah. Okay.
We're done. Bye-bye.
Daniel Wilson, Azure Soul. And the next is Maria Dockery. next speaking. Yes.
Thank you. It's such an honor to be able to address the delegation here. I am Daniel Wilson, and As Your Soul is a company of ours. We actually have the Divine Wine Garden over in Cocoa Village, and I'd love to offer you all to come over after this to have wine, but my bride already shut it down. I apologize. I'm a retired naval officer in UDT SEAL, did 22 years with the Navy, and then I did another 20 contracting back to create a software program to manage all of the military hospitals in the world and healthcare facilities, which was a real honor for me. That's not why I'm up here to talk to you necessarily, but the fact that I'm a business owner. My bride and I, Robin, have been involved in politics for many years, since '96, when I retired out of the Navy. We moved to Pennsylvania, and in Pennsylvania we were very involved in politics and watched Pennsylvania basically implode itself year after year after year through election failure. Wrote a book. I've also authored 5 books since the last 10 years or so. The last one I did was in the summer of 2020, which was called Playing the Trump Card, before Dinesh D'Souza wrote his. I just want you to know that. But, so what I'm going to say out of that actually comes from that book, if you will, and it's the idea that the cornerstones of our nation were it was the unalienable rights given to us by God for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that has been under attack for decades upon decades, as you all know. In January of 1838, Abraham Lincoln, before he was president, said, "As a nation of free men, we must live through all time or die by suicide." Sadly, nefarious actors and politicians, educators, and media have been tightening the noose around Lady Liberty's neck for decades and century almost. So the slave party's takeover of our media began in 1846 by James K. Polk creating the Associated Press, where all of our media pretty much comes from around the globe. Johnson followed that by creating NPR and PBS. And then the Obama administration, of course, gave up our freedom and control over the internet by basically giving it off to ICANN, a foreign entity. So we've been fighting, not Americans necessarily, but many, many things for years. Twitter, Facebook, and most mass communications are now controlled by the slave party, is what I would say. Being supported by the wealthiest Rockefeller, Vanderbilt, BlackRock, and so many others. And of course, having global elitists like the Gates, Klaus Schwab, and the United Nations behind it, pushing America to lose our sovereignty. Manipulating elections has unlatched the trap door under America's feet.
I'd like to, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Recognize Representative Fine for motion.
Thank you. In honor of the fact that we have a SEAL team guy wearing a shirt here, I move that we extend the meeting by 45 minutes to make sure everyone has their time to speak.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second by Senator Wright. Seeing no opposition. Okay.
Is that my time or is that everyone's time? No, 3 minutes is more than enough for me. I can guarantee that.
We have about 20 or 30 cards additional. Great to have a turnout. Our rules require us to extend the meeting by vote.
Well,
so,
thank you very much. I'm glad you're doing that. I appreciate the patriots that are in here. It is amazing. This is the first time here in Florida to be a part of such a great troop. So thank you very much. Again, election integrity is really what I'm concerned about, having given my oath to defend the Constitution of the United States against enemies, foreign and domestic, and then to do 20 more years taking care of our military heroes who have been injured in battles, and just by being away from family and home. As a SEAL, I've been called a baby killer, yet in America we murder babies by the droves, and we've had people up here who have endorsed that thought. That's an atrocity, and I'd like to see that we have such a great delegation. I appreciate you immensely. I appreciate it and hope you're vigilant, mindful that we have enemies against we the people, and that you do represent us. And it sounds to me like you represent us well. And I just want to thank you for that. And I just ask God's blessing on you, your families, this county, and America.
Thank you so much. Yeah. And thank you for your service. Maria Dockery.
Hello, thank you very much. I'm here to show my support for constitutional carry. Femme Fatale Arms has been training for more than 8 years in Brevard County. To date, we have trained more than 4,500 students to safely use a firearm. With the knowledge and experience I have, as well as the changes I've recently seen, I'm concerned about the continuation of a state-certified permission to defend oneself could be abused, leaving many deserving people to be denied or have unrealistic challenges placed in their path. I'm concerned about the number of rejected permit applications that I am witnessing in the last 6 months, compared to maybe 1 or 2 in the last 7 years. Okay, there's been in excess of 25 of those that I've received. The applicants are receiving letters from the Department of Agriculture rejecting a valid training certification from us, most commonly noting that their name is incorrect. We use the same certificate for 7 years. We print the student's name directly from their Florida-issued driver's license. The rejection letter is addressed to them using their name, which matches their certificate and their driver's license. The applicant must return to our store for assistance in resolving the issue. This must be completed and returned to Tallahassee within a limited time, otherwise the application will be denied. We resolve it by printing a second identical certificate, again using their name exactly as is on their driver's license. Just recently, I have had 2 students tell me they resubmitted the same certificate and the application was processed. It's assumed that the concealed weapon permit ensures competency in the handling of a firearm, but that's far from reality. The Florida concealed firearm training requirements have much room for interpretation and have been reduced to the lowest denominator. Currently, gun shows and insurance companies are presenting their unique experiences to students using laser guns in a hotel room or wax bullets fired into a garbage can. This leaves the student without practical firearm knowledge, only the ability to apply for a firearm permit. The time-consuming process of obtaining permission from state offices to carry a firearm compounds the risk to victimized women who knowingly have been targeted for a crime but are required to remain defenseless until a state process can be completed. Not to mention being forced to navigate these arbitrary rejections that are on the rise of late. It's time for Florida to join the other 25 states who already recognize constitutional carry. Are there any questions?
I have.
Yes. Senator Mayfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that from as far as the permitting process goes, you'll start seeing a better process and turnaround time. As you know, we have a new ag commissioner, and they are the ones that are in charge of those permits. And so with the old ag commissioner out, the new ag commissioner in, who is Wilton Simpson, that process, I'm sure you're going to see a faster turnaround time and a change. If there's anything, and I've got your list here of changes and concerns that you have.
Okay. Yeah, there's actually another 20 to add to the ones that I sent to you. And they're still rolling in.
And I'm sure they are. You've had 4 years of one ag commissioner.
True.
And you've just got a new ag commissioner in that's only
True.
been in office for a week. So we need to give him an opportunity to take a look at what's going on. But I'll be happy if you'll give me the list of what your concerns are. I'll be happy to get with the ag commissioner, and I'll go over that. And I'm sure that he'll have somebody in his office reach out to you and discuss them in more detail.
I would really appreciate that. I know in light of the Parkland legislation and him spearheading that, I still have reservations about that office, and I would just love to see constitutional carry. pass in, just because of that. But thank you very much, Senator Mayfield, and I will be in touch.
Pastor Seth Tweeddale, Century Grace.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Pastor Seth Tweeddale from Suntree Grace. It's good to be here. I'm a dad of 5 kids. We homeschool and run some homeschool co-ops there. I also do sidewalk counseling at abortion clinics. Let's say that I have my kids and they come up and my son says, "Daddy, can I kill this?" I'd be a fool to say yes without asking the first question, what's he got? Could be a cockroach, could be his sister, right? And so it is wrong to kill intentionally a human being. Abortion intentionally kills a human being, therefore abortion is wrong. And these are God's daughters, these are God's sons, living souls from conception that God has given us as parents and as a church and as a community to steward. According to Romans 13, it is your God-given duty to take care of these lives. They are in your care. And so it's your duty to stand in the gap between the innocent and those who would do harm to the innocent. I'm requesting that you sponsor the Florida Personhood Act that states the constitutional rights of all natural persons ought to extend to each human being from biological beginnings to natural death. I ask that you lead the way and make Brevard County, Volusia County, and Florida a sanctuary for the unborn by recognizing their right to life granted to them in our laws. Life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness means nothing unless it means the same for all human beings. A human being alive is a person, and God will judge us by the innocent blood that we allowed to be spilt on our watch. Together, we can end this Holocaust and be blessed by our God once we do. Proverbs 24, verse 11 and 12 says this, "Rescue those being led away to death. Hold back those staggering towards the slaughter. If you say, 'But we knew nothing about this,' does not he who weighs the heart perceive it? Does not he who guards your life know it? And will he not repay each one according to what he has done?" I've given you the Personhood Act there. You're welcome to look it up as well, and we're collecting signatures.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wayne Twitty.
Thank you. Thank you for your time tonight. And I will say that election integrity is not a partisan issue. It's good for everybody, all sides. So I just wanted to say that during the midterm elections back in November, I worked as a poll watcher where I and other poll watchers noticed many times voters returning their vote-by-mail ballots inside their envelopes to the poll because they decided to vote in person, which of course is their right. When this situation occurs, the Florida statutes say the ballot shall be marked canceled and placed with other canceled ballots. However, what is happening at the polling places is the envelopes are marked canceled rather than the ballots inside the envelopes, which is what the polling place procedure manual says to do, tells the poll worker to do. It's a big problem because live ballots inside the envelopes have not been canceled as the statute requires, which opens the possibility to erroneously count the ballots that should have been canceled. Therefore, I'm asking that the polling place procedure manual be updated to ensure this situation does not continue in future elections. A process must be enacted where the actual ballot is to be spoiled. A couple of suggestions are perhaps to cut the corner off or punch a hole through the ballot envelope combination, or perhaps have a paper shredder available on the voter's side of the check-in counter, and if the voter wishes, they can shred the ballot envelope combination on the spot. This issue has an easy resolution. No change to the statutes are necessary. This issue only needs an update to the procedure manual the poll workers provide. And that's all.
Any questions? Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Christy Vieira, and after Christy is Marin Montez. Is Christy here? I don't think so. Marin Montez.
Hello, everyone.
My name is Maren Montez, Florida Freedom Keeper and former Brevard Public School teacher. I am trying to get cameras in the classrooms for children with disabilities, and I would greatly appreciate your support for a bill to be presented at session, and here are some of the reasons why. January 2019, I was working in a classroom with children who had autism. The classroom teacher was gagging, tormenting, teasing, taunting, humiliating them, headlocks, slamming them up against the wall, putting them in a huge gym mat where she got on top of them with all of her body weight until they could not breathe, stepping on their fingers, grinding them into the ground, and the horrific list continues. However, I am not the only witness to come forward, and the DCF report supports the witness's testimony and parental concerns. 3 reasons why they would not arrest her. There were no marks on the children's bodies. She showed me and the other aides how to hurt them 3 different ways without leaving bruises and how to properly gag them. 2, the children needed to be able to tell the deputy what happened to them, but they were autistic and they couldn't properly communicate that. 3, if it were only on video, we could have arrested her. Well, guess what? She recorded what she did to the children on her personal cell phone. The parents and myself requested a warrant numerous times. They would not get a warrant for her cell phone. After doing my job as a mandated reporter, I was blackballed from working. The Florida Department of Education told me that what BPS did to me was illegal. Then I was served with a frivolous lawsuit for slander, all from the teachers' union attorney on behalf of his client. I did my job as a mandated reporter, and I get served with a frivolous slander lawsuit. The parents have also filed a federal lawsuit against Brevard Public Schools, Brevard Public School District, and the teacher that abused their children. I am also the parents' #1 witness in their federal court case. How many children with disabilities are being abused in our classrooms right now, and they cannot tell a single person what is happening to them? Laws must be changed. This personal hell for me has been going on for over 4 years, and I'm not backing down anytime soon. I am just getting started. And I will ask you this, please. I have spoken to some of you in person already, some of you on the phone. Also, the mandated law, the reporting law in Florida, the statute needs to be revised. Senator Wright, I have spoken with Diane at your office. I know you said she's here. I didn't see where she is, but I would like to meet her and introduce myself. So with that being said, I would greatly appreciate your support, and anybody that wants to talk to me further. Tyler, you already have my stuff and everything, and Chase. So
Great.
Thank you so much for your time.
Any questions? Any comments? Okay, thank you so much. Nancy Reisner, and then Katie Delaney.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight and your patience. I am here to ask that you act boldly in the upcoming legislative session to further protect and defend medical freedom for all Floridians. I ask that you work to amend Florida Civil Rights Act Statute 760 to add medical status as a protected class in anti-discrimination language. This revision is necessary to help ensure that the blatant discrimination that occurred in the last 2+ years never happens again, and that there is recourse if it does. Personal and private medical choices must be respected and further protected in law. Medical freedom has clearly become the civil rights issue of our day. Discrimination did happen even in the free state of Florida. I personally experienced this as an employee of Brevard County when I was deemed ineligible to receive a monetary, quote-unquote, incentive due to my choice to keep my medical decisions personal and private. Brevard County established what they named an incentive funded by ARPA funds to recognize essential employees, but according to county commissioners, only those employees that took the COVID-19 injection and proved it were worthy of that recognition and monetary award. This action was clearly discriminatory and contrary to stated policy and standards of behavior in manuals and otherwise, and yet somehow it was still deemed justified and acceptable. As a result, me and others like me, of course, did the same work under the same conditions with the same expectations, were compensated less. Again, that's pure discrimination. As we have witnessed, many people were discriminated against in very damaging ways during the last 2+ years. My story is minor in comparison to many, but it is one example of why medical status must be added as a protected class in Statute 760. There is no place in a free society to discriminate based on personal and private medical choice. Governor DeSantis recently claimed the state of Florida as a quote-unquote light of liberty in this country, and I totally agree, and I'm so grateful to live in the free state of Florida. But we still have work to do. I ask that you act boldly and decisively to further protect medical freedom for all Floridians. Thank you for your time and for your service to all Brevard County citizens.
Okay, thank you. Katie Delaney, and then after Katie, Cynthia Eames.
I know, I came unprepared. I'm here tonight to speak on a few things. The first ask that I have of you all is an update to Statute 847.012. It has to do with the materials that are in our schools. As many of you already know, we're finding inappropriate materials in our libraries, and one of the issues that we're having combating this is that there are no clear definitions of the word pornography. There's no legal definition, as well as harmful to children. That's also subjective. We need to rid the language as a whole from the statute, because even if a book has a good story, it doesn't mean, you know, even if a book has a good story, if there's pornography in it, it doesn't belong in our schools, regardless of the story. The next thing I'd like to speak on is I would ask all of you to support getting rid of nonpartisan elections, not only for school board members, but for city council and judges. Finally, I'm here to speak in support of Ms. Montez. As a mandatory reporter, she was bound by law to report abuse. You've heard her story and what has happened to her. We need to strengthen our whistleblower laws. There are many incidents going on in our schools that people are too scared of retaliation to come forward. If Marin's report would have been taken, maybe little Sophia wouldn't have been abused like she was. At least in the ESE rooms, we need cameras in the classrooms because those kids can't advocate for themselves. And I know for a fact that there are incidents happening in our schools that are not being reported properly. There things like sexual assault, battery, drugs, all of these things are happening, and there's no incident reports from the school district, yet there's 911 calls from the police departments. So there is a disconnect somewhere in there, and we need to get on top of that. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Love all of you.
Thank you so much. Cynthia Eames. I knew I had a 50-50 chance of getting it right.
Thank you for hearing us all out. A worldwide Holocaust is in place, but together we can stop it. The UN and World Economic Forum, WEF, are partners for Agenda 2030, a one world order. The agenda is also referred to as Build Back Better, Great Reset, Sustainable Development, and Fourth Industrial Revolution. Whatever obscure label they call it, they all mean the same thing. It's an enslavement system of the billionaire 1% ruling over us, the 99%. Elites are using mainstream media and their stakeholders to divide us with invisible enemies that are foolishly distracting us from their worldwide takeover. Agenda 2030 is labeled conspiracy theory because WEF partners like Facebook and Google say so, while the narcissistic psychopaths are writing books, giving speeches, have websites such as weforum.org, which brag openly about what they're going to do to us. Elites say we are useless or exploitable, that they don't need the vast majority of the population. It's another Hitlerian master race of pedigreed elites subjugating us, the subhuman commoners. As you can see on WEF transformation maps, they have every detail of our lives planned. We'll live in concentration camps called smart cities in our tiny apartments. We'll own nothing, rent everything, eat 3D printed meat and bugs. They're collapsing the dollar for digital currency tied to social compliance credit scores, which will dictate everything we buy, what we can buy, and where we can go. We can kiss all freedom, bodily autonomy, travel, and worship goodbye. Vaccines will be in our food. Transhumanism and AI will transform us into whatever they choose. We'll be chipped, tracked, and monitored 24/7. And real or not, man-made climate change and overpopulation are their excuses for this, but none of the inbred elites will live this way. An organization acronymed ICLEI is assisting WEF minions to infiltrate our government to carry out these plans. Our own East Coast Florida Regional Planning Council has even created the East Central Florida 2060 plan. The agenda's here. Elites, I'm almost done. The elites are manufacturing more hard times, and they're going to imprison us if we submit and surrender further to fear and ignorance. Instead, by standing strong, we won't be auctioned off for enslavement to these highest bidding miscreants. We will stop this agenda by walking in God's love, light, and wisdom. As our public officials, you're one of our last lines of defense. We must wake the lions and stand together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Michelle Beavers and then Joseph Wyman.
Hello. I want to implore you to look into the travesty of what happened to Marin. She did her job as a mandated court reporter. She was, as a teacher, she reported abuse of kids with disabilities. She was then blackballed from working. The school then switched over to automated call system to contact substitutes. So after no work for 5 weeks, she contacted Human Resources who said, "This is strange. Somebody manually went in and messed with your account so you would not receive calls to sub." Marin filed complaints with BPS and with the Florida Department of Education. Not one single person's helped her with her frivolous lawsuit filed against her by the teachers' union. They have a lot of money. They can afford to run her down. She's already spent over $10,000 for doing her job as a mandated court reporter. Good old boy system where they protect their own, even if it's abusing kids, is not acceptable. This is why we need cameras in the classroom. I was a work group member for the DOE library training to set the new standards for the librarians. We need some changes to statute 847.012. One of the problems is that they have not defined serious literary value. Without that definition, it's open to interpretation. We have a Utah plan. You won't be the first. Hopefully you guys will get behind it. There's a Utah plan out there that basically strikes out and harmful to minors. We need to look at that plan and change our laws so that we don't have pornography and sexually explicit material in our libraries. Fun fact, serious literary value does not erase pornography in a book. Imagine that. When I consulted an attorney about this issue, they said a random page in a book, if a child opens it up and it sees pornography or a picture of pornography, at that point, that child is harmed. At that point, that harmful to minors should come into play. But we're saying we have to read a book cover to cover, and I don't know what needs to come before an act of oral sex or after an act of oral sex for oral sex to be okay in front of your minor, but I haven't been able to figure that out yet because we haven't defined serious literary value. Our community standards right now are abstinence before marriage. I'm not sure if you know that or not. That's what we teach our kids in school. So if we're telling them that and then giving them pornography in our library, we're like giving away free cupcakes and saying, hey guys, eat carrots. It doesn't make sense. We need to keep our messaging the same in our school and in our library. Ask yourself, is it okay to put this in front of a minor and excuse it by saying it has literary value? Is that okay with everybody here? Yes, the internet does exist, and I'm aware kids can access this stuff online, but when you put it in your library, you normalize it, and you make it okay for these kids, and then they think bestiality is just an okay thing to do. At what point is it acceptable to harm a minor in the name of serious literary value? I'd like you to think about that question. Let's see, what else did I have on here? We've got.
Thank you.
Oh, we might overtime?
Yeah.
I'm terribly sorry.
Thank you so much for your input. And, Joseph Wyman, and then after him, Diana Haynes. And then after Diana Haynes, Richard Webb.
I'm Joseph Wyman. I'd like to thank the delegation for allowing citizens to voice their concerns. I'm not seeking appropriations or funding for any pet project. Rather, I'm seeking your support in repealing Florida Statute 768.21 subsection 8, also known as Florida's medical murder or free kill statute. This barbaric law denies access to the courts to address a wrongful death that results from medical negligence. You're in this category if you are unmarried for any reason and don't have children under the age of 25. If a medical employee causes your death, there is no accountability and there are no consequences, thus the term free kill. If a patient is injured and lives, there is liability. If they die, the problem goes away for the facility. Florida is the only state allowing this travesty. No other state offers a safe haven sanctuary to these criminals, so they can't threaten to leave the state and set up a practice elsewhere. This is not about payment for sadness, as one politician put it. Corporate America only recognizes two expenses, the price of success and the cost of failure. For them, it is always all about the money. To paraphrase one senator, we are opening Pandora's box if we hold medical facilities responsible for the negligent killing of their patients. My own mother was a victim of this law. Her death resulted, I believe, from a hospital's loss of medical data prior to her surgery, data generated from within that very facility. No one should ever die from a paperwork error. For more info, you can Google Florida Free Kill or Florida Medical Rights Association, of which I am a member. Our members number in the thousands, and we meet twice monthly. The only membership requirement is the death of a loved one, making us certainly the most unlucky club in America. Remember, to become a victim, all you need is to be unmarried for any reason and have no children under 25. In the eyes of the state presently and the medical community, you are dead already. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Diana Haynes.
Good evening. I'm here this evening to talk to you about some issues that concern myself and many in the community. As a 65-year-old mother, grandmother, a previous pre-K teacher, daycare owner, and parent education instructor, in my entire adult life, I never thought I would speak to these types of issues that I'm going to speak to you today on. As human beings with hearts, souls, and consciences, we are charged with the single most important duty on the planet, and that is to protect the most innocent and the most vulnerable, our children and our future. We are failing at that sacred duty. In this century, the atrocities that have fallen upon our children are insurmountable and abhorrent. They are being preyed upon by the very institutions that are in place to educate and protect them. I am asking you this evening that the definition of pornography is locked down and that a single word does not stop us from removing the books from our schools that are detrimental not only to our children's spiritual health, but their mental health. These books are so egregious, so filthy, that they offend me as a spiritual adult, and they should anyone of good moral character. Yet they remain on the shelves. They are failing the most vulnerable, our children. Children with disabilities, children who cannot speak for themselves or defend themselves. We need cameras in the classrooms immediately, not next week, not next month, but now. These vulnerable innocents are unable to speak if they are in distress, unable to speak if they are harmed, unable to speak if they are being abused. We have 2 cases in federal court right now concerning such atrocities and an outrageous defamation suit you just heard of. We must do a better job to protect our children. We have heard from parents, students, teachers about the outrageous acts of violence and disobedience in our classrooms, and we need cameras in all classrooms to protect all of those concerned. So as you proceed in your legislative duties regarding these matters, I hope you do so with all your moral integrity, conscience, and spirituality. Our children's future depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Webb and then Diana Schomer.
First, I'd like to thank Governor DeSantis for convening a pharmacia grand jury. Fraud vitiates all liability protection. This is an old, long-standing principle of law. Claw back all of their gains. Last year, I came with a life-saving warning about deadly remdesivir. This year, I come with warnings about the death of our republic. Make vote theft prevention job number 1. You have plugged not all the holes, Passing laws is not enough. Compel enforcement and audits. I am a former vice president and audit manager at General Insurance Company. A recount is not an audit. Audits start with digging into statistical anomalies. I audited 14 polling locations, and my 11 formal election fraud complaints are getting ignored. Brevard is collaborating with multiple counties on evidence of fraud. You make laws, and then they get subverted. Details are in my email. Please follow up and demand action. Number 2, voting process is corrupt. We've lost our country to fraud. Allowing election fraud is treason. It gives assistance to our enemies to overthrow us. Voting must return to rare absentee ballots. Outlaw ERIC, the data sharing program. Make it illegal for self-serving government employees to solicit any voter registrations. Number 3, why are election supervisors allowed to meet out of the sunshine in secret meetings? And number 4, the same traitors who steal elections and seek to replace you and installed Trader Joe are purposely overwhelming us with immigrants, including criminals and underground military. It's up to you to recognize their strategy and stop illegals immediately. Reject federal controls and mandates Florida exit and join the Texit movement. Enough federal control. There's one additional issue. Whether or not you believe the devil's real, he does use pedophilia to destroy your kids. Learn from history. Mohammed, the founder of Islam, has 100 names memorized by Muslim children. One is the greatest deceiver. He married Aisha at age 6 and consummated at age 8. Bachabazi pedophilia is part of Muslim culture, as I warned 11 years ago. GaysAgainstGroomers.com offers insight you can use to stop government complicity in child abuse, despite well-crafted Florida statutes. Your predecessors did some good work. Reluctance to prosecute could make you complicit. We're watching. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Diana Schomer, and I think you are the last speaker of our pre-registered speakers. I do have some that have registered. Okay.
I did give the lady up there a handout, and she said it would be in all your books, so I put a lot of other information besides what I'm here to talk about. My name is Diana Schomer. I'm a member of the Election Integrity Committee with the Brevard Republican Party, and I'm going to speak to you today about early voting and why it should be reduced. Distinguished panel. For starters, early voting was promoted as a way to increase voter turnout. It started with Texas 30 years ago, and it now exists in 37 states and the District of Columbia. Studies from American University and professors from the University of Wisconsin and others show that states with early voting have lower turnouts than states without it. In fact, studies show it lowers turnout by 3 to 4%. In addition, our own Florida Senate Committee on Ethics and Elections published in the Florida Senate in October of 2010 an updated study on early voting and voter turnout. Their conclusion on page 6, after much data review, was that early voting has not had an impact on voter turnout in Florida. So it's not helping. Early voter, it just isn't helping, and it's an open door for fraud. But I'm just going to ask you to shorten it. Right now, early voting in Florida counties is determined by the supervisors of election within a time frame of 8 to 13 days by law. Brevard County chose a 13 time frame for early voting in the general election. A pie chart in your handout shows that 39% vote on election day, 34% vote by mail, and 27% vote early. Of those who vote early, 62% vote in the week before Election Day. So much early voting has got to be costly to operate and certainly is tiresome for the poll workers and watchers. I would like to suggest that maybe the legislature could firstly make early voting consistent throughout the state by setting the time to no more than 1 week. And I'm sure this would save a lot of money and a lot of time for our volunteers.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm done, but I just wanted to tell you that in the handout, I have stopped voter fraud and replaced Eric with Fractal. I don't know if you've heard about that, but there's information about that.
A little bit.
And a summary and an in-depth article from an anonymous whistleblower on how the election was actually rigged in Arizona.
Thank
you for your
Thank
time.
you.
And I loved this. I learned so much.
I appreciate that. I do appreciate it. I'd like to recognize Representative Fine.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I move that we extend the meeting a final 20 minutes till 10:35 to make sure that we have enough time for these.
10:30,
Till
yes.
10:35. Right. I move extra 20 minutes till 10:35.
So that, we had 19 cards of those who signed up here, so I'd like to, so we can get out of here by 10:35. 17? I counted 19. We took out 2. So we're going to do rapid fire, so ask everyone to, any opposition to the extension? No opposition. So we'll rapid fire and get through these 17 cards before our deadline. So I ask everyone, try to keep their comments close to a minute. First is Tim Thomas.
Good evening, distinguished delegation, and it's an honor for me to be here, and I'm really proud of the job you guys are doing on this delegation, so thank you very much. I'm a retired Army officer of 30 years, and I'm a retired Army officer and have been a husband to my wife for 30 years and a father to our 3 wonderful children that grew up here in Brevard County. I love this county, and protecting our youth is just innate to my character because of my military background as well as being a parent, as I'm sure it is as it is to you, because you also have those qualities and you're in your elected positions that you're in. I'm also a JROTC leadership instructor, Melbourne City Councilman, a Melbourne Airport Authority Board member, and very active in mentoring our youth and supporting veteran causes locally. I just wanted to follow up with you on the letter I sent to you back in November requesting legislative action to protect the health and safety of our children from Drag Queen Story Hour. Yes. These events are an effort to indoctrinate young children through visual presentation and interaction to be gender fluid and expose them to queer lifestyle. These events are geared for children ages 3 to 11 years old. Now think about this, cross-dressers talking and reading stories to 3 11-year-olds. Somebody talked about perversion just a little while ago. That's perversion. As we know, children this young don't understand these vast, intricate concepts, nor should they have to. These events are already taking place in the town square, as we've seen in the city of Melbourne, and they're taking place in libraries across the nation, and churches will be the next target. Trust me, it's coming. Churches will be next. I applaud Governor DeSantis' public stance against drag queen storytime telling and for fighting against those obsessed with sexualizing our young children. As leaders and parents, we have to protect the innocence of our children. If we don't, the Lord's definitely going to hold us accountable. Matthew 18:6 says, "But whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to sin, it would be better for him to have a great millstone fastened around his neck and to be drowned in the depth of the sea." End of quote. With Governor DeSantis already publicly in support of taking action, I urge you to pass a bill this session banning anyone from attending a drag queen show or story time unless they are 18 years of age or older. And the window of opportunity to do it is right now when we have Governor DeSantis. Right now. Okay? Thank you.
Our speaker made the same comments in his in the organizational session too. So Speaker Rowan.
Don't worry.
Yeah. Yeah. Arthur Edwards, and then Arthur Edwards, Karen Kobe. Ask y'all to come on down. And
I thought we'd have some drag queens here today. Foot with the sleep. Good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight.
I'm not going to use a lot of time telling you things you already know, but I want to tell you something that's unique, Florida A&M University. My name is Art Edwards. I'm president of the Florida A&M University Alumni Association. I live in Mims. One of the things that we are doing right now is we have a program where we collaborate with Eastern Florida. For students that have a problem passing the SAT, ACT, getting into FAMU, they can go to Eastern Florida, 60 hours, transfer to FAMU. The TRIOS program is what it's called in Eastern Florida. I'm talking real fast. On that program, they took about 20 students to visit FSU and FAMU last November. Of those students, only 2 were interested in FAMU when they came back. Lots were interested in FAMU. Today, I spent some time with one of those students, uniquely FAMU. This is a 30-something-year-old mother, children in school. She is interested in getting a degree in, social management geared towards nonprofits. Spent some time on the phone trying to get this for her. These are things that's uniquely FAMU. I will send you our legislative budget request. I will email it to you all because I've burned up my 1 minute. But I appreciate the support from the past, and I look forward to getting support in the future. Thank you very much.
Well, you represent a very important institution of higher education. We thank you for that, and we really ought to. We have some very famous FAMU grads just from here. Dick Blake, good friend. So yes, we'll definitely look at that. Thank you for taking time to come down here.
And I will be sending you more information than I was going to cover tonight. I think you'll be pretty impressed. Thank you.
That'd be great. Thank you. Karen Colby, and then Carrie Takos? Takis, yeah, I don't have my glasses.
Hey, y'all. Yeah, I wanted to thank you for the job you do, too, even the new folks. We really do appreciate you. This is going to be fast, okay? I had some concerns about immigration. We have people wandering around Florida with out-of-state driver's licenses, which I handle because I'm in the tourism industry. And I see these driver's licenses from Arizona, and they expire in 2 years. These people don't speak English. They have no jobs, and I don't know how they got their driver's license if they don't know the rules of the road. I would like to ask you to make some kind of thing where if they have a 2-year temporary out-of-state driver's license, that they have to get it changed to a Florida one. They have to take the actual test. They have to drive the actual car. They have to be able to read the actual signs in English, not translated. You can't have your therapy dog with you either. It's in the rules. And you just go up there and you take your driver's test. That way, if they hit some of our families, we'll at least know who they are. They don't have insurance. They don't have jobs. They're here from Biden. They're here on the Operation Swift Air. I see them coming into Palm Bay. There's not NGOs funneling these monies to these immigrants. I called them illegal aliens, and I got called names, so I'm going to call them immigrants. Second thing is a redundancy of efforts regarding the lagoon. I heard millions of dollars mentioned tonight, almost billions of dollars. Everybody is testing. Everybody wants more money. Everybody wants to save non-native species, but at what cost? The money diverted off of these NGOs paying for all these Lux trips, cars, cell phones, and housing, and these events and awards and galas for these industries that are just saying save the lagoon blatantly. They can't tell you what's wrong with it. I can tell you what's wrong with it. Stale Bailey with Fight for Zero, I volunteered quite a bit with them in the beginning of their program before I got the politic bug. And I'm here to tell you that they are doing the same acts as all the others. SOIRL, the Marine Resources Council, I can't even name them all. I heard 10 point some million dollars, and the only thing that made sense was buying baffle boxes. So that's, please buy more baffle boxes, spend less money on overheads, and condense these non-government organizations handling the lagoon, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Takis, and then Gregory Morrison. Then after Gregory Morrison, Chandler Liggett.
Hi, I'm here to speak. I'm here to speak in favor of cameras in classrooms. I sat through the 8-hour discipline meeting at Brevard Public Schools, and one of the major things was teachers are afraid to come forward. They're terrified. They don't want to come to the district. And like Ms. Montez is a perfect example of a teacher doing their job, reporting, which they lawfully have to do, abuse, and then not only being fired but sued for it. That's just, it's unacceptable to be happening here. The other problem that Ms. Delaney before me spoke about was there are police reports at our schools that do not have matching incident reports. That's a huge problem. There's a disconnect there. We're not sure what, but that needs to be fixed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Gregan Morrison, Chandler Langman, you're next. Oh, you're right here already, so you're good.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the extension that gave me an opportunity to speak to you. I'll do my best to keep it under a minute. Greg Morrison, City of Titusville Police Department. I've enjoyed a 35-year career as a police officer, firefighter, paramedic, but I'm here specifically to talk to you about a proposed amendment to Statute 112.1815, which changes the definition of a first responder to include 911 public safety telecommunicators. This is vital. I am the manager of the Communication Center for the Titusville Police Department. My 911 PSTs, I've brought 2 of them with me tonight. They are the first responders, and they are now taking video 911 calls. They are seeing the same graphic scenes that police officers and firefighters have been seeing for years. They've been taking these 911 calls from distraught mothers who find their 4-year-old at the bottom of a pool and have walked them through CPR instructions. They have listened to active shooter calls. They have talked to police officers on the radio who have been shot and are begging for assistance. They need support. They need counseling. They too suffer from things like PTSD, and because they are not included in the definition of first responders, they do not get those services. I am begging you. We need that service, and we need it soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Chandler Langman.
Good evening, delegation. First off, I'd like to welcome our new members. I know Brevard County is very excited to have both of you, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say thank you very much for the returning members for everything you've done the past year. It's funny that the Brevard Dems wanted to come in and tell us what the Republican Party is, but you already know Florida is the greatest example right now of the Republican Party under your leadership and under our great governor's leadership. We've taken bold stances on medical freedom, on pro-life legislation, on parental rights and education. That's been huge and important. I know we're going to continue that this session, and I know that the issue I'm here to talk about tonight is being addressed, and that's great, but I'm going to talk about it anyways. We need to continue those bold stances on the Second Amendment. Florida, we got to remember that our carry laws were written by these Democrats back in the 80s. It was a Democratic legislator, and we have a great chance right now to update those laws to get them in alignment with more conservative states, and the best way to do that is to pass constitutional carry this session. Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Right on time. Tim Pishdad, our next speaker. Philip Prada after Tim.
Thank you very much. I want to, again, Tim Pishdad. I'm the past president of the Military Officers Association here in Brevard County, and I am also the state and local legislative liaison. That's why I gave each one of you guys a packet which identifies our 2022 legislative successes from last year, but also identifies our 2023 objectives for this year, so you all have those with you. MOA, Military Officers Association, is the largest veterans advocate organization in the country and the most successful. So our chapter also here in Brevard is the largest chapter in the United States of all the 400 chapters. And we're the most active. We have 2 501c3 organizations that contribute over $100,000 in our community every year. We have 7 members present tonight, including Navy SEAL Dan Wilson, Captain Don Weaver, Brevard Veterans Council, Colonel John Murray from the Port Canaveral Authority, and 2 elected officials, Lieutenant Tim Thomas, Melbourne City Council, and of course the Port Commissioner Wayne Justice is another elected official belonging to our organization. Our only request is that our organization is available to you to consult or review any legislation at the local or state level as it relates to the military, active, retired spouses, or families. And thank you for making Florida the most veteran-friendly state in the country. And our chapter continues the MOA motto of never stop serving in our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your service. Kathy, whoops.
Don't even try.
Imran? Yeah, you're next, yeah.
Sorry, I thought I was after the next one. Thank
And
you very
Shaun
much.
Alfred Middleton after that.
My name is Kathy Angeron. I'm the Executive Director of Brevard Cultural Alliance, and BCA, Brevard Cultural Alliance, is the designated local arts agency for Brevard County. So I want to thank you for your support. I'm going to be brief. I'm here to represent Brevard's arts and cultural industry. Arts and culture not only contributes to quality of life and attracts cultural tourists, but is a positive economic driver. We commissioned an economic impact study in 2022, and the arts and cultural industry contributed $122.7 million annually to Brevard's economy, $65.1 million to GDP, and supports 1,541 full and part-time jobs. So I'm here tonight to ask you for your support in supporting the recommendation of the Florida Division of Arts and Culture, which is part of the Department of State. Nothing extra, just the grant recommendations that the Florida Division of Arts and Culture has made. We thank you for your past support. In fiscal 23, 22 grants were awarded to Brevard at $1.9 million. Coming up in this session, you'll be considering fiscal 24 grants. There are 20 grants recommended for Brevard, and they total $1.5 million in funding. And we respectfully ask for your support and thank you for your past support.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Shaun Middleton, and then Marco Gallardo. Marco here? Go ahead.
All right. I'm going to try to keep it extra brief.
Okay.
So,
thanks.
Constitutional carry, medical freedom, and let's keep Brevard #1 in the space industry.
Very profound. That will be remembered. Yeah, Philip Prada. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Very good.
All right, I won't. That was quick. I'll try to do it as quick. My name is Philip Prada. I'm State Director of Restore Liberty, Florida. I'm also an airline pilot. I'm here to talk about medical freedom. We all noticed today a big disaster in the airline industry. That's just one of the dominoes that's been happening. All the delays and cancellations and everything. There's been a serious issue with medical pilots losing their medical licenses over the vaccine mandates. A lot of vaccinated pilots losing their medical licenses from all this turmoil, blood clots, myocarditis, and so on. I'll keep it quick. The main thing is Statute 381. Thank you, first of all, for fixing vaccine from there. That was major, but it's still not perfect. Forced treatment and quarantine is still in there, among other things. And 768, the hospital indemnity bill statute, if that can be repealed. That's the main ask I can do in a minute. But again, I moved from Chicago to here because of freedom here in Florida. You guys are leading everything. I really thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And we'll be available some afterwards, too, if you want to add to some of that. Marco Gallardo? Is Marco here? Naomi, sorry, gotta put these glasses. Naomi, yeah. Gunnels.
It's like tunnels, but with a G. It's
Okay.
hard to pronounce. I have 60 seconds. Okay. I work for a medical device company. I never stopped working during COVID. I traveled all around the state of Florida. I saw doctors and nurses and nurse practitioners and your normal everyday staff secretaries. So many of them felt completely forced, even though there was supposedly alternatives and they weren't forced to get the vaccine, because their doctors signed their paychecks and the doctors were approving it for the patients. And if they didn't didn't say yes, then they couldn't come back to work. And these are your everyday person, minimum wage, no benefits, that kind of thing. I know you've heard this a lot, so I wanted to add an extra piece to that, and that is I have several friends who were the ones who gave the shots. They were the phlebotomists. They have no protection, and they have no way to whistleblow. These doctors sign, and they have the sheets that come with the little vials that are completely blank. They know, and yet they don't have a degree, so they couldn't inform anyone. Anyways, something needs to be done about that. Okay, thanks.
Quick question. They know what?
They know that there was no the fine print, all the stuff that's supposed to come and say, these are the side benefits, these are, and the problems with everything. It was blank. There you go. Thank you. It was completely blank. And I personally have seen quite a few injuries, including a lady who has to tape her eyes shut to sleep at night now. So anyways, so Florida did a great job, but we could have done a lot better. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Naomi. Shannon Wilson. Then after Shannon, Melissa Wall. And then Mitchell Roffer. Last one. Go ahead.
Shannon Wilson. I was asked by
Good to see you again, by the way.
Good to see you as well. Asked by the Board of Directors of Crosswinds Youth Services to be here tonight. I'm with Karen Locke, our COO, and Michael Scully, who's the director of our Juvenile Assessment Center. We run the only youth crisis center in Brevard County. We are asking the other members of the delegation to support the initiative that Representative Fine has agreed to support to provide an electronic security system for our campus, which is on Dixon Boulevard in Cocoa. That is where we operate both our Youth Crisis Center as well as the Juvenile Assessment Center and several other programs that benefit the children and families in Brevard County. And keeping it short. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Shannon. Good to see you, and thank you for your public service. Melissa Wall. And then the very last speaker, Mitchell Roffer. Is he here? You might be our last speaker.
Let's see, this for last. I'm Melissa Wall. I am currently a public safety telecommunicator. For 10 years, I run the communications center for Cocoa Beach Police and Fire, and I'm a part-time dispatcher for Indy Atlantic Police and Fire. I'm here tonight on behalf of all my fellow PSTs to ask for your assistance for getting Florida State Statute 112.1815 amended to include us as first responders. When anyone calls 911, we are the ones that answer the call. We are truly the first responders. Without us, police, fire, and EMS would not get to where they need to be. We are the first ones to hear the screams, the pleas to save your loved ones. Sorry. The scared voice hiding from whoever's breaking into your house. We take the calls when someone wants to take their life. We try to talk them down, but we hear the gunshots. We hear the last breaths. As my fellow communication manager said, we are now seeing the videos. We are seeing what police, fire, and EMS are seeing. We suffer from PSD. There are voices that we will never be able to unhear. The mom who says that their son just got struck by a car and the person fled off, leaving their son lifeless in the middle of the road. The grandmother who went into her grandson's bedroom and found him dead with a gunshot wound to his head. The husband whose bride of 50+ years did not wake up with him that morning. The mother who's calling us because her child is stuck in the ocean, pulled under by a riptide, and can no longer see them. These are the voices that I personally hear every day. So I'm asking you to please support and amend the Florida State statute to include public safety telecommunicators as first responders so that we can get the medical and mental health that we need as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So is Mitchell Roffer here? I don't think so. That is our final speaker. I just want to thank those who, I know most have left, but who've given their presentation, and this has been a very, very productive evening. I want to thank all our presenters as well as our delegation members. Definitely a lot of really good input and ideas. We'll go back and mull over them. I hope that many of these will become law. Is there any final remarks by the members?
I have one. Mr. Chairman, I know that's late, but I wanted to thank you. This was a long meeting. It was a lot of information that was put together. Your office did a great job putting it together and be able to follow it through the manual. And also want to thank the new members that are here. You could tell we're much tighter up here now. So, but thank you guys for coming, and just know that we're here to support you as well, and reach out to us if there's anything that we can help you with. But this has been, I think, a very productive delegation meeting. A lot of information, a lot of I mean, we covered everything. But I do want to close with this, is the fact that we do have a great governor. Governor DeSantis, a lot of the issues that you guys have brought up are exactly the issues that he has been that he has been covering. Is it perfect yet? No. But we are on the right direction, and we are better off now than we were 6 years ago before he came into office. So thank you for coming. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You did an awesome job covering this meeting today.
Thank you. With that well said, is I hear a motion to rise?
I make a motion.
Moved by Representative Fine, second by Representative Wright. Meeting's adjourned. Senator Wright, second by Senator Wright. Been doing that all night.
The opinions expressed by any member of the public during any period of public comment do not necessarily reflect the views or opinions of the Board of County Commissioners of Brevard County, Florida, Space Coast Government Television, or the program sponsor, and are solely those of the presenter. The Board of County Commissioners of Brevard County, Florida, Space Coast Government Television, and the program sponsor hereby expressly disclaim any and all responsibility or liability for any defamatory or slanderous statements expressed by any member of the public during any such period.